One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, holding systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, holding systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, holding systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa beyond the fourth industrial revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa beyond the fourth industrial revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa beyond the fourth industrial revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa beyond the fourth industrial revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery. WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women. It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa beyond the fourth industrial revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa beyond the fourth industrial revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa beyond the fourth industrial revolution. What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not begged for, not borrowed. It's sipped, poured with purpose, savored with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and leadership. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one sip at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, WITS is more than a summit. It's a movement aligned with
Summit since 2020. Who can guess? Who's seen me before? Who's been with me? Okay, new faces I see. But I've been here for a good 3 years and it feels really good. I was just saying to our CEO earlier, you know, Madam, you did the things, you brought us out. It feels so good just to be out. And we love the theme and everybody's looking absolutely stunning. And I want to say, please give a warm welcome to Haley, my co-host.
Thank you, Karan. I'm so excited now. It's my first ever year. I will say too, yes, there's a Scottish accent, but I do have a United group, I promise. I was learning things into decade and a half of experience. Anything from business to marketing to advertising, I've got you. So we're always here for you as a collective. But I'm just so honored just to learn from everybody today, just seep in the brilliance that is around the table. And I think the most important thing, ladies, is connect with each other, make friends, because the reality is networking allies is what builds empires. If there's anything we can learn from men on the golf courses, is to talk and connect, right? And Karaba, you're really truthful. God brought the best weather for these ladies today, right?
Absolutely. So in true tradition, right? Please take out your phones. To our people online, we see you. We are here with you. Please make sure you use that comment section. Drop the comments, drop the questions. I know we've got some of our guests joining us online as well. So also you online, snap a picture, right? So let's do it together, ladies. We're gonna take a selfie wherever you are. Please take a selfie. We have to create these beautiful moments, these beautiful memories together. And then we know what we do after we take the selfie, right? We go onto social media. That's how it's done. Okay. So then all you have to do then is drop it on our social media platforms. It's AB4IR on Facebook, on LinkedIn. Uh, we also on Twitter. So make sure you snap it. Snap as many. This is the beginning, right? I know you ladies love to create your reels. So by the evening at the gala dinner, the pictures will be slightly different. So the makeup would have gone a bit because we'll have some moments where we shed a tear or so, So while the makeup's still intact, the gloss is glossing, make sure that you head over to our social media platforms. The hashtag is so beautiful. Hashtag WWIITS 2025. And then hashtag women sipping success. And that's how we create the hashtag for this year. Make sure you go in there. Make sure you tell your friends to join in, to be part of the conversation. It's going to be inspiring. It's going to be very empowering as we do it year in, year out. But this year's theme is different, Kaylee. It's really about sipping success. It's like when you've just achieved something and you want to open that bottle of champagne, whether it's a demi-sec or whatever, non-alcoholic, alcoholic, whether it's sparkling wine, whatever. You can't sip it on your own because then, like, how are you celebrating the success? Do the ladies have a glass? Do you have a glass on you? Let's toast in the air. Let's toast in the air. Let's toast. Let's toast. We're toasting to sipping success together, sharing our successful stories, inspiring one another, and making sure that we lift as we rise in everything we do. With that said, just to spark your minds a little bit, we're going to kick off with a beautiful video, right? And this video is really going to get us thinking. It's going to drive us in our conversations today. And this video is asking a very simple question. What does success mean to you? I'll ask you later. We've got amazing giveaways, so please be interactive. Ask as many questions. We're giving away really amazing goodies. So, with that said, let us hear this amazing video that has been done by AB4IR, really questioning what success really means to us.
What does success look like when seen through the eyes of women? It's not rushed, not paid for, not borrowed. It's lived. Home with purpose, saving with power. From Johannesburg to Cairo, Lusaka to Nairobi, sisters in stride, rewriting the future together. This summit is a celebration of brilliance, resilience, and vision. Where inclusion isn't a checkbox, it's a culture. Where difference isn't a barrier, it's the blueprint. Where advocacy becomes architecture, building systems that listen, lift, and last. We honor the trailblazers shaping Africa's digital future. One bold idea, one breakthrough, one citizen at a time. It's a tribute to every milestone, every challenge overcome, and every future shaped. From innovation to incubation, mentorship to mastery, Wits is more than a sign. It's a movement aligned with global goals, gender equality, inclusive growth, and reduced inequality. We are here to foster representation, inspire action, and ensure accessibility for all women striving to lead and transform the digital landscape. Welcome to the Worldwide Women in Innovation, Incubation, and Technology Summit 2025. Brought to you by Africa Beyond World.
Now, did you not just get goosebumps by watching that? Because wow. One more time, let's give a huge round of applause for that amazing video.
Guys, I am honored. I'm absolutely honored. I mean, we wouldn't be here without this formidable, phenomenal lady, many of whom you've met in person, many of you who've been inspired, mentored by her. She's someone who definitely holds the hands of those around her. She lifts people up. She adds chairs to the table. And if the table's too small, she gets rid of the table and starts again. She is incredible. She's our honoree. She is our board executive, Miss Dipoa Maroka.
Wow. Good morning, ladies. Good morning. Can you hear me clearly? A clever phrase. It is an image, a posture, a philosophy. It reminds us that our journeys are not about gulping down hurriedly wins, but about pausing to savor a fullness of what we've built. It's about feeling the weight of every obstacle we've moved, the beauty of every risk we have taken, and the joy of every milestone we have earned. Here at WITS, we understand that success is not just about arrival. It's about the path, the walk, the people we lived along the way, and the legacy we leave behind. From the first spark of an idea to its careful incubation, to the thrill of seeing it flourish in the world to celebrate each stage. We know that beyond every breakthrough is a persistent late nights, shared wisdom, and a sisterhood that refuses to let each other down. This summit embodies that spirit. Our mission is very bold: to accelerate gender equality in technology, to amplify women as leaders and entrepreneurs, to fuel economies through innovation, and to narrow inequalities across borders. And today is a celebration of what happens when women unite to make these goals not just ambitions, become realities. But we must also ask ourselves, what kind of success are we seeking today? Is it authentic, sustainable? Is it shared? Because true success isn't a solitary toast. It's a collective table where every seat is filled and every voice is heard. It's measured not only inwards or revenue based, but it's the lives we touch, the barriers we dismantle, and the futures we help to shape. Today, we have learned from women, well, we will learn from women who have embodied that truth, women who transform industries, reshaping corporate cultures. Through our Diva Spotlight, our panels and change making, and our candid conversation, we will see how strategy and soul can coexist powerfully. And we could not have done this without the unwavering support of our partners, Bow Exclusive Wines, Vow 88. Thank you very much, guys, for actually coming through for us. And our strategic collaborators, your commitment fuels this movement further. So as we bring Women's Month to a close, I invite to carry forward what we have experienced here. Don't just exchange business cards, exchange courage. Don't just collect contacts, collect stories. Share the real journeys, the imperfect parts, and breakthroughs born from breakdowns. In doing so, we inspire not just women in this room, but generations yet to come. Let's sip together, not in haste, but in deep appreciation. Let's continue to innovate, to lift, to build, because women sip success. We don't just celebrate the future, we create it. Thank you. And may your cup you lift next to the brimming with joy, purpose, and shared triumphs. Good morning. And
I thank you. I thank you so much, Mr. Buo. I love that. Let's not just exchange our contacts, those business cards, we're airdropping each other's numbers, but let's really share those success stories. Let's really share, those bold ideas that you spoke about and making sure that we actually bring it to reality. So shared success is beautiful when there's collaboration. And I'm a firm believer that, that is what we stand for at AB4IR. Without wasting any time, I'm going to ask our Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Ingrid Klopet, to come over and give us an overview about AB4IR. And I know very well that she will unpack it. I'm sure you're like, Karabo, what's this AB4IR? So, without wasting any time, our CEO, Ms. Ingrid, over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning. Is it a good one? I hope so too. It was almost a not so good one for me. I was very, very ill yesterday, but I had to pull through and come through. I'm still not that well, so please, if you see me not smiling there, it's not because I'm mad at you. I'm still surviving, not being well. But this has just been alluded. I am Ingrid Mhlope. I am the Chief Executive Officer for Africa Beyond 4IR. This is not for me. I don't have a speech. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, I think my board member has done the most. We've been welcomed. We can now ride on top of the tables and dance. We can now take off our hats and we can just be jolly. But I'll share a little bit about Africa Beyond 4IR and in the interest of time, because we did start an hour late. So I'll just share a synopsis of who we are and what we do for those that are in this room who might not be aware. So Africa Beyond 4IR, in short, we are called AB4IR. We are a non-profit company. We are based in Mabopane, Pretoria North. Our company was formally registered in 2019 by our late CEO, Ms. Kelebogele Molopiane, whom a month doesn't pass by without us speaking about her. She is the reason as to why we are here today, even where we started, where the organization started back in 2020 as well, where we started operating. She was there steering the ship. And I was the left-hand man. But upon her passing, then I was appointed as the CEO. But that is where AB4IR actually started. And why we're often asked, why a township? Why are you in Mabopane? When the organization started, our CEO had that vision to say, our late CEO rather, that I'm from a township. I went and got opportunities outside the township when I went to varsity. I then got employment in the suburbs. But what happens to those that are left behind in the township, which is where she then saw the need to start this organization to be based in a township where we are existing to bridge the gender and digital divide that is so very much apparent in the communities that which we support, which would be marginalized communities. They call the communities, they call them previously disadvantaged. We work within these communities. They are not previously disadvantaged. They are still advantaged. So that is why what that is mainly our coexistence to bridge the gender and digital divide is A4R. And maybe who we are a digital innovation, incubation, and technology hub. We offer business incubation and offer entrepreneurship. We have a number of programs, of which one is the one that W-Wiits. It's called Umbokoda. Umbokoda is a word derived from Imbokodo, encoding. Put together, it's Umbokoda. So underneath that umbrella, that is where we do initiatives that support women, that advocate to have more females in the ICT spectrum more than anything, sector rather. So that is one umbrella that we have. And then it's the business incubator. We also have skills development programs for both accredited and non-accredited courses. And we also have programs that cater to kids. We've been winning with the ages 10 and 15. We introduce them to every other subsector that which we support. It's an ICT hub, but we are advocating to have more participants in the gaming, animation, virtual reality. A short, in a nutshell, a short synopsis of who A4R is. But you're more than welcome to go to our website, read more about the organization. But because of time, I won't speak a lot about the organization. And just a little bit about W-Wiits. W-Wiits, my board member has done justice to it, and she has explained why we do it. But the reason why we are doing W-Wiits is because we want to come together and celebrate women. And we try every year to celebrate each other in a different way, which is why with this year, we thought, let's go outdoors and do something different. We've been indoors since 2021, because in 2020, when we started, it was within the heart of COVID. We were only virtual. We did not have the hybrid, which started in 2021. And then since 2021, we've been hosting W-Wiits hybridly, where we have speakers, participants that are also joining us online. And W-Wiits is also internationally recognized, where we do have international speakers even today that will be participating and that will be joining this event. So today it's all about mingling, networking, learning how to lean on each other. Let us be sisters and not be colleagues. I won't be wearing my CEO hat today. I'm wearing a sister hat today. So I'm hoping we would all wear that hat. Be the sister, be the mother, be the grandmother, be the sister friend, whatever it is, but the title from the organization that you come from. Reason being, it's easier to correlate, or rather to connect with an individual without looking at the title that which they hold within the organizations they come from. So I'm hoping with that we would all be able to sip the successes of the next person and of yourselves as well, whilst we enjoy this event. And I'm hoping you will enjoy it more than anything. And I wish you all of the best. And thank you. Welcome and do enjoy.
Guys, this next speaker, wow. I think many of you know this. She is a legend just for being an entrepreneur, because as a female entrepreneur on this continent, there's less than 27% in the country. She is exactly what we need, because there's talks of us being overeducated, but she makes sure she delivers the return on investment in education. She sits on boards, she makes a difference, she champions herself. We're honored to introduce the formidable.
Before you do,
Change of plan.
no change of plan. I want to hear from the ladies before we hear our keynote address. I just want to hear from the ladies what they are expecting today. You know, just like we can shout out one word. What are you looking forward to today? Let's hear. We did say we want connection. I love that. Connection, inspiration.
Guys, participation wins prizes. You don't know what
So
prizes we have.
We've got sisterhood, Love it. We breaking barriers, right? And I love that because Ingrid mentioned that, we're not our titles, we also women. And the only way we can really engage with one another is at a human level where we forget our title that you are a CEO, Madame Ingrid. So for today, you'll be safe. You are Rona, it's fine. So any other words? I heard someone hats. Different hats. I love that.
I'm
Love
surprised
that.
nobody's saying investment, guys. Some of these people might
Hey,
be the ones
you
to
just
invest
said
in your
it. You
business.
just said it. You just said it. Investments. So, those different hats that we wear. Some of us are mothers, some of us are sisters, some of us are parents. We wear different hats even in the organization. Sometimes you must be CEO, you must be the administrator, you must be the digital strategist, you must be the everything. And then how are you managing? How are you coping? All right. Support, authenticity, collaboration. Oh, I saw what happened there. There was a telepathic moment. You see, the connection is happening now. The connection is happening. By the way, I'm so sorry. My apologies. Imagine we are at a technology summit and then we didn't give you the Wi-Fi password. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to get you the password. All right, but back to you, Haley.
You mentioned a strategist. This is Africa's growth strategist. She is incredible. She is formidable. Miss Sally Nklangla, the CEO of Rekindle Learning, will be coming to the stage to talk to you about women in leadership and galvanizing the change and transformation for the betterment of Africa.
Let's give her a huge round of applause.
Thank you. So, Sister Sally, Auntie Sally, Mommy Sally, anything else? Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet everybody. I'm just waiting for them to put up the presentation. I think I'm so inspired by just hearing the story of the organization and just hearing the welcome. I just feel like, what else can be said? At that point, you just put the mic down and we just all mingle and get to know each other. I think it's just brilliant. And it's amazing how we started the talk on the many balls that we juggle, the many hats that we wear. So I thought I would start off with just showing you a little bit of the hats that I wear. And the funny thing about this is, I know that when you're looking at these hats, you see mother, nurse, sister, auntie, and I know that each and every one of you can relate, right? And someone is saying, oh my God, I have 5 more, Sally, that for me, they should be there. But that's the power of being a woman. We have it in ourselves to do a lot. We have it in ourselves to have capacity to grow. So today, as we talk about women in innovation, I want us to also understand that we are not, we are not disadvantaged because of the many things that we juggle. It is actually our superpower. That's what makes us special. And today we're going to touch on a couple of things that I hope will inspire us to go back home and innovate, because innovation is way more than technology. All right. Do you guys mind? I'm going to step off the stage. All the pictures taken. It's so confining. So I wanted to start off by saying, what is innovation, right? I mean, there's a lot of talk about what is it. We talk about it all the time, but have we tried to define it? So I've tried to define it here. And the first thing is, innovation is something that solves genuine constraints. So if you just have an invention that doesn't solve anybody's anything, it's not an innovation. Number 2, an innovation allows you to solve old problems with new things, new solutions, a new tool, new tech, new method. Innovation is always useful to somebody. So it's useful to customers. Somebody finds use in it. Innovation is attainable and affordable. I love that this organization is based in the township, because if you are truly innovating, it shouldn't be for Sally over there, or not me, Miranda over there at the heights of such and such. Sally
down here must also be able to participate. Then you know it's an innovation because that will allow Sally to rise, right? And then innovation also helps, it's something that will help you to have foresight. You're able to solve issues that may not have even started yet. Then you've got an innovative mindset. And then this is very important. Innovation is not limited to technology. Sometimes I think, like, if we're talking about innovation, people are already thinking AI, robotics, coding. All of those things are wonderful, but that is not innovation. If I found a new way to comb my hair that highlights my face, it is an innovation, right? And then finally, my favorite one, innovation is not simply a novel idea. There are a lot of us in this room who are inventors and may not be innovators. Because there's a difference. If you invent something really fantastic in your eyes and nobody can use it, it's an invention, Bazalwan. It is not an innovation. So today, I wanted us to touch on some really great innovations that have happened over the years and also think about where we fit in. How can I try to innovate like these people used to innovate back then? The first thing, okay, so the screen is covering my nice shade. There's like a flame there. But anyway, challenges birth innovation. So if you look on the screen, you'll see that is what we used to call the pigeon post. Some years, and guys, it wasn't actually that long ago. The pigeon post only finished in the 19th century. Your great grandmother was there. Can you imagine? Whenever I watch movies with pigeon posts, I'm like, oh man, that's too long ago. But it was only between the 14th century all the way to the 19th century. That's not so long ago. We're only in the 21st century. So that means 200 years ago, people used to put, post at the back of, pigeons to send messages. Picture this. You've got this boy that you really like. Oh my God, he likes you too. He sends you a pigeon post. Oh, Sally, you look so cute today. And you're like, let me respond. I also saw you in your blue jacket. You look so good. And then the pigeon goes, and then, a snake eats it. Or it hits a tree somewhere. Oh my God. A month later, you bump into your boy, Tim. You're expecting Tim to jump at you because you agree that you like each other, but Tim is with Samantha. You're like, Tim, why are you with Samantha now? I said I liked your blue jacket. Then Tim says, but I never received your mail. That's the constraint. That was the constraint that existed. And guess what? That's when we saw the introduction to the telegraph. If there was no need to solve for the constraint, there wouldn't have been a need for the innovation, right? If somebody had said, okay, I'm going to innovate and now we can send things on the back of snakes or on the back of cows, it doesn't solve anything. Let's do something that my letter can get to Tim and we can be together, So that's the constraint that it solved. So I wanted to talk to you about a company that does this really, really well. This company, Sony Group, for me, they're some of the best innovators. Started in the heart of, just finishing the Second World War, 1946. This was a time where you can imagine after a war, there are no jobs. I'm sure you guys have seen the news, what happens when there's a war. All the houses are dismantled. Industries are destroyed. Poverty is seen everywhere. This is the setting that Sony was born. So what was Sony's constraint? We needed to eat. We need to move. We need jobs. That was the constraint that they were solving for. So we see them in 1946. One of the owners or one of the founders of the business, Masaru, he said to himself, how can I create lasting impact without, the resources that I need? What does my community need? And then he said to himself, in order to make sushi, I don't know, who loves sushi? Yeah. Do you guys know how many times they have to wash the rice to make your sushi? They have to wash it 5 to 8 times. They have to rinse it, cook it again, rinse it again. So he thought to himself, let me innovate and give my chefs something that will make their lives easier. I'm going to develop the first rice cooker. Do you guys know that? That's a rice cooker. It looked like a barrel, with an element at the top, at the bottom. But guess what? Any innovator in the room and any business person, any entrepreneur knows not everything works. And that's what makes us so strong, isn't it? You're like, I'm going to try, I'm going to give this rice cooker my best. And it flopped in 1946. But here's my favorite thing about what happened in 1946. A friend of his that he had met before the war, they had connected, like what we're doing in this room. They had connected and discovered that they have something in common. They have innovation in common. He saw that his friend rice cooker failed, and he thought, I can go back to that friend and I can partner with him, man, and we can build something formidable. And there Akio goes, and he and Masaru, they build what we now know as Sony. So indeed, when Ingrid was talking about making connections and our beautiful speakers were talking about making connections, we shouldn't take this lightly. Out of this place can come out Sonys of the world, right? But moving on to their story. Then, the rice cooker failed, and then they thought, let's make a cushion, like an electric blanket. That concept was from 1946, guys. Somebody said, let's put elements in a cushion so that when I sit, my bum is warm. I don't know about you, as a lady, I felt like as soon as I hit 35, I appreciate, man. I appreciate warmth everywhere. So I totally got that invention. I'm like, yes, that's amazing. But guess what? The cushion flopped. That's entrepreneurship. The cushion flopped. But then essentially they said, instead of trying to use the electronics, let's create something that makes electricity happen. So they created the first voltmeter in Japan. There it is, there in the picture. And that was their first success. After 2 years of trying and failing, innovating and failing, they finally got it right. But they didn't stop there. You see, sometimes with innovation, when we get something right, we want to park. There's a scripture in the Bible where the disciples are speaking to Jesus and they say, Jesus, it's nice here. Let's park over here because they saw miracles. Let's pitch a tent. And then Jesus, no, let's keep moving. That's what innovation is about. They could have parked and pitched a tent, but they moved on because why? There were more constraints. They looked around and realized that it's been a while since we've heard the news. I don't know if you knew this, but during the war, Japan, the government decided to cut all the transmitters, or essentially the antennas, from everybody's radio because they didn't want propaganda being spread. I mean, that's hectic. So it means for a while, for many years, the people did not hear news. They didn't hear what's happening in America. They didn't hear anything. So Masaru said, okay, this is a great idea. Let's go and repair everybody's radios. Guess what? They went and repaired everybody's radios and that made them money. But then he then said, no, why should I be limited to listening to a radio at the house? I want to be able to walk. You know how Japanese are very diligent in working. So as they're doing their 18-hour days, I want my radio next to me. They developed the first portable radio. There was a constraint. Thing I love about these guys, they didn't just create for the fun of it. They could, because they're technologists, they're amazing. But they looked for constraints. And then they created the TV. They didn't just want to hear the news, they wanted to see the news, they wanted to see moving pictures. There were already TVs that existed, but they were awful. They were black and white. Do you guys know those movies where it feels like the person is a paper? That was the quality of the TV. And they said, we can do better. Then they created the first, color TV. Most of us in this room, if our family members had TVs in the 70s, it was a Sony. And that's where they became a worldwide, well-known brand, family brand, really. And guess what? They won an Emmy for that. An Emmy. Who wins an Emmy for an electronic? But they were doing so much. They could have parked there. I thought to myself, they're doing really well. They're a world-renowned brand. They could park there and say, TVs are our thing. Let's be known for the TV. Let's make the best TV in the world. But they wanted to innovate even more. How many of us know the Walkman? Sony Walkman. Yeah. It was the first time they said, I don't just want to capture news, I want to capture music. And I want to give somebody the freedom of listening to music on their own time. I bet you didn't know they were very instrumental in developing the CD, the compact disc, because they're like, I'm tired of winding up the cassette. Guys, I don't know. In the 90s, we still had a pen. Shh. They're like, I'm tired of winding up the cassette, man. Let's create something that you can just stop and play whenever you want. And I love this pivot here. So now they started thinking about the value chain. Sometimes when we're business owners and entrepreneurs, we don't think about the value chain. What happens if the people who've been using your tool go and create their own tool? They don't need you anymore. Which is why whenever you innovate, you need to make sure you've got your supply chain covered. And that's what they did there. So they said, not only are we going to make a compact disc, we're going to make a CD player. So that when somebody wants to listen to music, they are buying our music and they're buying the instrument to play it on. And then listen to this. In 1988, the best year, because that's the year I was born, I'm playing. So in 1988, what they did was, not only do we want to make a CD, make you use our Sony CD player, now we want to make the music itself. Can you see the value chain there? So if you're listening to music, chances are you've paid Sony 3 times, at least. And that's what innovation is. I love what you said, Mr. Poo, when you opened here. You said it's also about business, right? So as a business person, they've just created wealth for themselves 3 times over. There is business innovation. As a business and entrepreneur, you need to innovate in a way that you can make the best difference or make the best change in your situation. And then in 1989, they now started investing in other forms of entertainment. They bought TriStar in Colombia. It's small, but it's that woman with the angels, that logo. And every single movie you watch, some of them, most of them have Sony participating in some way. Either they own the production house or they've made the music in that particular movie, or you're watching it using their Sony TV, or you're listening to them using your Sony music player. I don't know what they call these days. I don't think they call music players anymore. Forgive me. And then in 1994, for all the gamers in the room, they created the first PlayStation. This was revolutionary. There were other playing instruments or gaming tools available, but they were not at a high level. And this is another thing about innovation. You don't always have to create a novel thing. You can sometimes improve on what already exists. So Nintendo, believe it or not, was the one that was market leader at the time. And I think they had 10 games, between 5 and 10 games. Can you imagine? You've got this thing the whole year. You can only play like Super Mario's. Please don't look that up. I don't know if Super Mario's was part of their thing. But what I'm trying to say is only 5 to 10 games. And then Sony went to Nintendo and said, we can do better. Let's come together and have a partnership. We'll improve the graphics. We will improve the number of games, and we can have something bigger. Nintendo got afraid, and they decided to, stab Sony in the back. That's for your own research. You can see how they've done that. But what I love is Sony didn't say, Nintendo really broke our heart. We're not going to touch the gaming. They're like, okay, let's do it ourselves anyway. By the end of the year, they created a much stronger platform called the PlayStation with 200 games. So nobody touched the Nintendo anymore. So what am I saying? The ladies you're making connections with here, guys, you never know what's in the people. So really, don't miss an opportunity to connect, because otherwise you're like, Dora did give me an idea and I thought she was not good enough, and now look, she has taken over. So really take these relationships seriously. And then finally, they also bought the Bond franchise, 007. I mean, they are incredible. Not only are they buying movies, they want to buy the best movie. So at some point, whether you like comedy, whether you like animation, whether you like action, you're going to give money to Sony one way or the other, right? And then finally, I don't know if you guys knew this. Did you know Sony has a car? Right? They have a car, guys. They have a car called Afila. They innovated it with Honda. And they looked at the car market and said, it's so expensive. The batteries don't last. How can we make it better? So, what am I trying to say? If you look at their journey, they are in so many industries. Sometimes we constrain ourselves by saying, I'm in finance. This is where I'm parking. I'm going to sit here. I am in technology. This is where I'm parking. I'm not saying there's not value in specialization and mastery, but I'm saying, as innovators, all we look for is a constraint and want to solve for it. That's all that innovators do. And I'm hoping that as you're sitting here, you're thinking about the constraints that you have in your life, in your children's life, at the school where they go. What constraints have you noticed, and how can you make a difference? So, from a rice cooker in Tokyo in 1946 that electrocuted everybody, that didn't work at all, to playing in almost every industry, including they've got a university and a college, including you can buy life insurance from Sony, guys. They have a bank. You can buy investment products from, come on, they are innovating all the time. And I'm hoping that we can see that we can innovate just like they have. Their phrase, which I like, is make believe. So the reason they can innovate is because they believe that they can. So what are those things, those dreams? And as we're talking as sisters, somebody said we're sisters. What are those dreams that you had maybe when you were younger, before life, hey, hit you and gave you a reality check? So those where you're like, no, this is never gonna work. Those were dreams of a naive girl. Maybe this is the moment where you bring them back up and make believe. So innovation has come from challenges and tumultuous times over and over and over. If you think South Africa is in a dire space right now, then it's your time. It's your time to innovate. If you look at the screen, you've got companies like Walt Disney. Walt Disney was innovated during the First World War. If you see Airbnb, Netflix, Slack, we all use these brands. Uber, Uber, the story is just phenomenal. I'm not going to get into it. It was all put together within the 2008 financial crash. And my favorite is Fanta. I'm from Limpopo, so I love colorful drinks. Apparently, that's a thing with us. It's true. So with Fanta, it was developed in World War II. And the biggest consumers of Coca-Cola at the time were German citizens. Now, because of the war, they couldn't get the Coca-Cola syrup into Germany. Now, people knew, Max Keith, the person who was in charge of Fanta in Germany, he knew that, look, people are they're depressed right now. They need something delicious to drink, something addictive, something colorful to make them forget their problems, and I can't get Coca-Cola. What's going to happen? Instead of sitting and saying, okay, guys, drink water, which is healthier, but it's not addictive and it's not as fun. So he thought to himself, let me actually innovate. What do I have around me? He had fruit, he had fructose, he had apples, he had oranges, and he put all of that together, and out came Fanta. The most delicious drink. It's ninth in the world. It's not just me. It's ninth in the world of favorite drinks. It came out as a result of necessity, of a challenge. So again, I ask you, what do you have around you that is a constraint? I know most keynotes, they talk and they don't give chance for conversation, but let's talk to each other. Can I give you 2 minutes to ask you guys to pull somebody on your right, pull somebody on your left, talk about the constraints that you have noticed around you and how you can innovate and make them better. Your 2 minutes starts now. For the people online, maybe you can share your constraints on the chat. Mm. 20 more seconds. And that is time. Thank you, guys. I hope you got to understand the person you're sitting next to a little bit better. But also, more importantly, you got to understand yourself a little bit better. That you are innovators. Alrighty. Yeah, okay, I see people are even changing numbers. This is revolutionary. I love it. Fantastic. um, that's not me, ne? On the screen. I'm sure Holy Land is also innovative. Sorry, John, we're on the wrong screen and it's no longer moving. No, but it's not on the screen.
Yeah, I think so. What he's saying is, because the transmitter there is losing signal, right? Because there's too much interference.
All right. I think hey John, I'll do this. All right. All right, we can move to the next slide and the one after that, please. All right. Thank you guys so much. I suppose also God wanted you guys to talk a bit more. So that happened. So, this next section that I want us to get into is just talking about the power that we have as women. When I look at any team I've ever been a part of, women are dynamic. Women get stuff done. I don't know how women do it. They'll be mother of 5. They'll have 5 people in their team. They will be watching the health of their family. They'll be cleaning. When you go there, the house is shining. You're like, how do you do it? But that's the thing about women, right? And sometimes in our reality, especially when maybe you become a manager, or you become a board member, or you become a CEO, all of a sudden you don't want to be a woman anymore. You're like, yeah, I mean, just be this guy. I'm gonna wear pants. Nothing wrong with pants, by the way. I love pants. But what I'm trying to say is, we tend to start losing our feminine power. And that's exactly what has allowed us to shine over the years. So, when women yield power with grace and creativity, systems change, and so does society. Because when you empower a woman, you empower a community. There's no question about it. And sometimes we're in an environment where you're taught to think about just number one. What do I need? All of that social media stuff, it's all about me. That's weird. It's not woman. It's not within us. We are nurturers, which is why I believe women leaders need to rise. So, okay, John, we're gonna have to go hand in hand very well. So I wanted to talk about a woman leader who has been doing amazing things and she's been innovating in her own way. You can ask, but Sally, this person is the president of Namibia, Her Excellency President Netembu. I want to talk about her. Like I said before, innovation is not technology. Innovation is finding new ways to even solve old problems. And she's doing that in a phenomenal way in Namibia. The first thing she is doing, and I want to highlight, is she said from 2026, there'll be free tertiary education. Free tertiary. Why? She's a woman. She's a mother. She's a nurturer. So when she sees the kids at Mabatu not doing well, she can't just sit. She has to put stuff together so that they can also rise. I love that. And this is not a new thing. Swaziland or Eswatini has always given free education. Lesotho has always given free education, but it took a woman leader in Namibia to actually say we can do it too. The next thing that she said is, we've got so much land. Namibia has some of the largest land in Africa, and it has some of the less used land in Africa too. If you drive in, how many have been to Namibia? Yeah, you know what I mean. Oh my God, there's more sand than humans, my God, it's a lot of land. It's a lot of mountain, beautiful land. And then she says to herself, we've been underutilizing this land. So she's actually put plans in place to say, how can we use this land? Yes, I can grow tomatoes here, but what can I do with it? Can I put together agro-processing units? Can I create jobs by saying, let's look for other natural resources? Can I say, guys, Sokopmont is beautiful. There's a beach, there's sand, there's an estuary. Oh my God, it's incredible. Can I sell that? Can I innovate and start selling that meaningfully? And that's what she's doing, including green technologies. But my favorite innovation of hers is when she made the top 3 most powerful people in the country all women. Herself, the deputy president, and the Speaker of the House, guys. Sometimes, man, we shouldn't just say things because they sound good. If we say, when I'm president, we're going to have leaders who are women, it's not enough to just make the parliament 80% women. Because whatever they say, they're part of the parliament. We want the top leaders to say, yes, we are making school free because they're women. And she innovated that. And this is not just an African phenomenon, it's a global phenomenon. Everybody who's been leading with initiatives for women has never done that. America doesn't have that. The UK doesn't have that. They are afraid. But why are they afraid? It's because when women lead, we do what we say. Things shift, things move. So, again, we come back to this beautiful collage of balls and hats that we're all juggling. The thing that I love about this is showing us that they are always in motion. You don't say, okay, guys, kids, I'm not your mother right now, and I'm a CEO, please. No, all of it, you're juggling it all together. So what does that mean for a woman? It's our superpower. So it means when we're in these board meetings, we're no longer saying, oh, I'm a woman. I can't do it. Oh, men have all the fun. No, we have all the fun. My God, we are doing it right here. Okay, can move on to the next. So I've got this video that I found. Guys, I watch a lot of cartoons. That's probably why I'm bubbly and fun. I watch a lot of cartoons, and this is a scene from the movie Sing that I want us to play. It's 2 minutes long, indulge me. But I want you to see yourself in this video, and we'll chat after. Thanks, John. That's not part of the video.
Just for a couple of weeks. You can't wait. The kids, yes, they're wonderful. They're totally fine. No, I'm not joking. But they're really no problem. Hello? Hello? Good night, Mommy. Hey, how was the big meeting? That bad, really? I have something really exciting to tell you.
You make the best pie, honey.
Listen, Norman, I know it's short notice, but I could really use some help with the kids tomorrow because, well, you are not going to believe what I did today. Norman, are you listening to me?
Rehearsals begin first thing tomorrow morning, so get some sleep and dream big dreams.
Good morning, everybody. Now I want you all dressed before breakfast.
Rosita, have you seen my car keys?
Don't forget, the keys are in your coat pocket.
Oh, I found them. Hi, honey.
Bye, Norman. Time for school. Bye, Amy. Bye, Terry. Bye, Mama. Bye, Kayla. Bye, Lori. Bye, Mickey. Bye, Noah. Bye, Nelson. Bye, Hannah. Bye, Tara. Bye, Kelly. Bye, George. Bye, Izzy. Bye, Freddie. Bye, Pastor.
This contest is
And the three little pigs lived happily ever after. Good night, my dears. Norman, are you awake? How was your day, honey?
The same as always.
It was?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't know how you do it all, honey. Good night.
Good night.
Thanks, John. I don't know how you do it. We can move on to the next screen. But how many of you guys saw yourselves in that, right? We make this stuff look so easy. We make it look so simple. But that's the exact superpower that we have as women. Women innovate all the time. We don't have more hours in the day than our male counterparts, but we get it all done. We're efficient, we're effective, and all of that is made possible by innovation. We innovate in our days daily. I was speaking to a friend that I met this morning. She says she lives in Kempton Park. She was here at 8:30. That's crazy. I can't imagine the hoops you had to jump through to make sure you're here early, right? We do it so effortlessly. Innovating is our superpower. Yeah, yeah. That was great. Yeah. So I want to ask you one more question, and I hope I'm still good on time. For 1 minute this time, can you please share with the fellow woman next to you, how are you uniquely innovating as a woman? So your conversation can go a little bit something like this. Because I'm a woman, blah, 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 blah. So I'm giving you a minute to share your unique innovation points as women. All right. Okay. I hope you enjoyed that conversation. Some are showing their innovations on their phones. Incredible. Thank you guys so much. Alrighty. So, I wanted to take you through how we innovate. So, our organization, Rekindle Learning, is a technology company and we innovate daily. But I wanted, before I show you one of the innovations that we have, and it's a very simple and necessary innovation. But before I show you what that innovation is, I wanted to show you and tell you why we innovate. Remember what I said, there has to always be a why. Are you solving something? Can move on to the next slide. So, oopsie. There's a circle on the screen now, and you'll see a cute little girl. So on the left, no, no, John, yeah, thank you. That one. So I want to tell you a story about this little girl. I think she was 21 there, but in all of her, in all of my, that's me, by the way, for those who didn't make the connection. So in all of my schooling years, I was doing really well, A plus student, doing the most. Then I went to varsity, and my first degree was BCom in accounting. I went there and they put the biggest books I've ever seen in my life in front of me. I mean, the text one, I had to like literally maybe roll it. It was so big. And after my first exam, I'll never forget, it was a financial accounting exam. This is somebody who's used to 81, 90 plus. I get 60 out of 100. I'm like, what just happened? I'm like, okay, I'm gonna study like the rest of my friends. I see they put water in a bucket and put their feet in there all night long. I'm like, I'm gonna try. I've never done that. I'm gonna try this method. I study at the end of my first term. My grade average 60. It's like, yo, I was a grade 60. Like, hey, that 60 was sure, hey. Then I finished my first degree, my entire 3-year academic record, nothing more than 65. I was like, what in the world is actually happening? As a result of that, I actually said, I'm not going to study. 1 degree was enough. I'm just going to let it go. I spent about 3 to 5 years not studying again because I thought studying is not for me. Maybe my teachers at K through 12 favored me because I'm cute or something. But clearly the studying is not working. And then I did some research with some universities, University of Namibia, NAST, University of Botswana, and I discovered something very important about myself. I was a visual and kinesthetic learner. I don't learn by reading and writing. Those huge textbooks they put in front of me, the water I put my feet in, it is just not working for me, and that's why I didn't do well. Because of that knowledge, then I started watching videos, watching movies, animations, learning concepts from there, creating videos for myself so that I could excel. In my second degree, my average was again at 90%. I figured it out. But then I looked around and said, how many other people are going through the exact same thing? Our dropout rate in South Africa is horrendous. It's not because our people, our young kids are not smart and intelligent. It's because we're teaching them in ways that does not resonate with them. And that drove me crazy. And then I said, look, what am I going to do? What are we going to do to make sure that Sallies, those little Sallies out there, the hopeful ones, they can actually succeed and do well? And then let me go to the business side of things very quickly. I realized that I'm not the only one with the issue. But I also realized that it's an issue someone wants to pay for. So this is a very important lesson in business. Just because something is a problem doesn't mean people will pay for it. So you have to I found it out the hard way. So you have to do the research and see, is this a problem that people are willing to pay for? Then we realize not only is it helping people, but actually we can be able to do it. We can innovate. We can afford to do it because people are going to buy it. We can move to the next slide there, John. So what did we come up with? Again, I'm just going to take you through this and say traditional learning methods just don't work for the normal average person. Let me shock you with a statistic quickly. In any given classroom, how many people in terms of percentages, how much percent do you think are reading and writing learners? So those who learn by reading a nice, beautiful book, learn by watching a beautiful PowerPoint. By the way, just because it's a PowerPoint doesn't mean it's not reading and writing. It's just behind a glass. So how many, in terms of percentages, if you say, okay, I think 50% of people are reading and writing and 50% are visual and kinesthetic, 40 reading and writing. Do I have 20, 10%, 55, 5%? Any other takers? The closest one was 5%. Research shows only 3% of people study and learn in a reading and writing methodology. If you look at our classrooms, if you look at our training organizations, they are all serving a reading and writing market, which means the auditory learners are not being served. The visual learners are not being served. The kinesthetic learners are not being served. Are you shocked that people are not doing well? Let's move to the next slide quickly. We can move to the next slide after that. Research also shows that when we have events like this, you are only going to probably remember after 6 days, only a small piece. Even if you had the most fun, maybe you'll remember that video from Sing. But almost every other thing I've said, you are going to forget. So there has to be a better way of doing things. Johnny, next slide. There has to be a different way of doing things. We asked ourselves when we were innovating, what if there was a fun way to learn? What if learning can be made as fun as social media? Can you imagine the TikTok of learning? What if learning could actually help me to master concepts? It's not just me reading or me watching a video, but after I watch this video, I can do the task 10 times better. And that's when we innovated Rekindle Go. John, that's your cue. John, that's you. That's when we innovated and we created Rekindle Go. This is one of our most phenomenal innovations within Rekindle learning. So you learn on the go as a busy professional. It's bite-sized learning. Not only is it bite-sized learning, but we have made the learning active. There's gamification in the app, meaning that learning is fun. Learning is competitive. Of course, I'm not saying let's be weird competitors, but we know that competition is really fantastic. So you're able to see this is how I'm doing in relation to the rest of my team. Why? So that we can get the rest of the team up to perform as well as you do. And then thirdly, we've used the scientific question-driven learning approach, where if you go into any given scenario and you ask someone a question, the curiosity meter in their brain begins to work because they don't know the answer. By the time you give them the answer, they will never forget that piece of information again. That is the strategy that we've used. And these are the people who have trusted us with this over the years. These are the clients who have trusted us over the years, and we have increased and improved their business via this innovation in magical ways. We can move on. Just give me 2 more minutes. Direct access, for example, they saw a 50% more sales conversion just by using a simple learning app. MTN, They saw 145 of their high executive level salespeople not only knowing how to sell simple things, but selling tech products because they used our app. Then finally, with African Bank, we managed to help them to keep their company compliant. They were able to stay in business because their finance advisors had phase accreditation. So, this is the old presentation, John. There's a gift I have for people, and it's not gonna be here.
And that's definitely an old MTN logo.
So I think in closing, John, it's fine. Go to the last slide with the superhero again. You can remove your picture from my notes there. Thank you. Guys, I promise I'll find a place to give you my gift. It's a QR code to the app. And the reason why I wanted to give you guys access to the app is because not only does it work and has it worked for big companies, but I honestly believe that the programs we've put in there for you will help you to innovate at a high level. So thank you. That's our gift to you. And then here is a phrase I'd like to leave us with. Your innovations aren't abstract. They're lifelines. Who will they lift? Don't hide from your womanhood. Let it be the space creator, the revolution maker in your innovation journey. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sally. I think, yeah, we're good to go. Now we can wrap up the day. We can go have lunch. We can have that wine that they've sponsored us with and just start sharing these success stories. Yes? No? No, don't worry. We're not going anywhere. But yeah, thank you so much, Sally. That was so insightful. Let me just hear, right? You can just give a shout. What was your highlight of Sally's segment? Anybody? Okay, superpower. Yes, our ability to juggle all the different roles is definitely our superpower. I saw two hands this side.
Yeah. I think Sally's just stepped out for a photo op. I just wanted to just recognize her also for the approach. In that, the presentation was just so engaging.
Absolutely.
And we actually saw her living what she's teaching. And I think for the first time, being somebody who comes from a consulting background, it's always death by PowerPoint, right? And I found this so refreshing. Yeah, right?
Absolutely.
So I wanted to say thank you to her. Just the learning approach is also just so impactful.
Yeah, indeed. Let's give her a round of applause. She's actually just stepped out. We are live on Vow FM, which is W-Wiits FM. So we are on radio as well. So I think she's just having a quick interview there, but she'll definitely be back. My lady, you also had a comment?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Buchiro. What I loved about this, well, her entire ensemble was amazing, but her taking a challenge that she personally experienced and researched it to get, to understand how many other people experience it. And now she's created a solution that can help multitudes of people. So I totally love that. And I'm actually waiting for her. I'm looking forward to chatting with her because I've got a similar app that I'm developing, but it's for kids. So
love it. I want to see those glasses in the air every time people want to connect. We have to connecting. We're absolutely connecting, and it's absolutely phenomenal. I always get so excited when I hear ladies saying, I want to go speak to her. And let's remember, top of mind, that today is all about inspiring one another, connecting with one another, developing one another, really learning from each other and celebrating our successes, right? And I'm so excited for our first panel discussion. I know we should have had like a young tea break. We'll have a leg stretch. Let's just, delve into, understanding how we become sustainable, as trailblazers? How are we empowering each other to remain sustainable in this world of innovation? And we heard that innovation is not just about having the idea, but really creating that, solution for the problem and really looking at how holistically we can do it together. I'm so excited because our first panel discussion, I have four incredible ladies that are going to be joining me. I know one lady's online, so Jono, do the things there while I call on my ladies to join me on stage. Joining me, and I've got her book in my hand. I'm so excited. So, if you are going to be very interactive at the end of the segment, I am giving her book away. Allow me, ladies. And I saw a few gents, which I absolutely love because allyship is also important in women development. So, ladies and gentlemen, first up, we have a true trailblazer. She's the best selling author, a multi award winning youth entrepreneur, and founder as well as CEO of Skill Quest. She brings over 2 decades, just over 2 decades. Hey, yeah, over 2 decades of experience. Allow me to welcome the author for Tear Her Down, Miss Ketiwe Nkuna. While she comes up, allow me also to introduce our next. She's a brilliant mind in the world of technology. She's the CEO. Now I see, where's Miss Ingrid? You kept on saying people must forget their titles because we have a lot of CEOs in the room, I see. Another CEO, founder of Address Docs, a 2025 a Standard Bank award winner, a chartered woman in tech with over 18 years experience in banking and IT. She's a fierce advocate for financial inclusion, not just financial inclusion, financial and digital inclusion. Help me welcome Ms. Tsulu Ramokoka. Joining us as well on stage, our next passionate youth strategist, an advocate for the next generation, highly focused on youth development, education, and tech, as well as literature. Through her work with the Youth Literature Institute, she's dedicated to promoting youth engagement. She's looking forward into the future. Help me welcome Miss Kakaza Mohare. Last and certainly not least, we have Miss Shin Man joining us online. She's a renowned expert in digital inclusion and innovation through her collaborations with organizations such as the UN and the EU. She's focused mainly on civil society, where she's really promoting gender equality, inclusive education. Help us welcome Miss Shin. I know she's online. Are you there with us? Hello. Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. We'd love to see you. Can we bring her on screen, please? My ladies. There you are. Yay. We can see you. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you for joining us online. So excited to be chatting to you ladies all. Just around, how we are empowering women to remain sustainable. So I know we've got a bit of a challenge with our mics, but we'll just, we'll share like we share our successes together today. What does sharing success mean for you? And I'll start with you, Kitty.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Ladies, you all look so beautiful. So I think for me, sharing success is really about, paying it forward and lifting as we rise. And I think there are many ways for us to do that. You don't need to wait until you are in an executive leadership position, but it's doing that on a daily basis, and I speak a bit about that in my book and the importance of sisterhood, right? I've journeyed, and I think many of us can speak about our journey in leadership and our positions. No one person can say they are self-made. it is because we've walked a journey with sisters. You know, we've walked a journey with people that have been trailblazers, people that have led the way for us. You know, I always say that if you are happen to be the first in a leadership position as a woman, make sure you're not the last. Send the elevator down, extend tables, you know. So for me, that's what it's about. It's about lifting as we rise and really pouring ourselves into others the way people have poured into us.
Thank you so much. So, Ms. Tulu, for you, right, talking about sustainable growth, how have you, defined this in your own personal journey?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you.
My name is Tulu Ramukoka, and I'm the founder of Address Docs. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about innovation. And I think a stage like this, talking to women, I think it is an incredible opportunity to be able to network with similar women who are doing great things in the IT field. So yeah, so I'm very excited about that. My company is Address Docs. We are a digital platform that allows rural communities and townships to be able to obtain a digital proof of residence document that opens up opportunities for economic access, digital inclusion, financial inclusion as well, as things that we take for granted, that you are able to get that documentation to participate in anything that you want to do on an everyday life. So like Sally said, our challenges is something that actually fuels innovation. So I'm really passionate about innovation. And for me, success means that I will not be the only woman that actually identifies challenges that we face every day. We as women face many challenges that can be resolved by innovation. And like Sally said, innovation is not only about technology, it's about finding new ways of solving problems. So for me, success is not only me as an innovator being in a room full of male innovators, but getting more women in rooms where we can together collaborate and innovate and solve problems that we as women understand because we have been through those issues. So yeah, so for me, success is for us growing together, rising together, solving problems that can really improve our own lives. Yeah, so that for me, that's what success is.
Thank you so much. I'd like for you, Mr. Gaza, to share an experience, in your career where you had to break barriers and you had to overcome challenges. What was that specific moment in your career and how did you then overcome that challenge?
Good day, everyone. So I do wear many hats, but I just want to say main thing today. I'm wearing my Digify Africa hat. I'm the CEO of Digify Africa, and I think it's just important to say today because we're an innovator in the edtech space, and that is an organization run by a team of 85% Black women.
We need a round of applause.
So in that, I think pushing the barriers, but I think something that was very important for me as I reflected on this question was something that affects many women, and that's maternity leave. The traditional approach of maternity leave is that you're out of work for 4 months and then one day you're back Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. And that I can definitely tell was designed by someone who has never had to come back from maternity leave, and doesn't know what it means to leave a child at home and have to now try get back into this world. And so we've now changed the way that we do or structured our maternity leave to then say it's a staggered approach back. And I think for us, it was a very small change that was made for me. And I think what's important for my leadership journey was that also a lot of the time we make certain exceptions for leaders in the organizations, as if your junior staff doesn't feel the same challenges, And so for me, it was about when we design policies or when we re-question policies and think about how we could do it better, it's important for us to do it across the board. I think it was also a change that happened just because I said we needed to. And I think for me, it was just a challenge to say, we can and we must rethink everything about how business is designed, about how the world works, because capitalism wasn't designed from a woman's perspective or to make space for women. So I think for me, that moment is always the moment I go back to say, we can challenge things. And I think it's very important that we need to, but to do it for everyone in the organization and not just your top tier.
Absolutely. I love that. You know, you just sparked a memory. When I got my first corporate job, I had to leave my daughter and she was 2 months old. And it wasn't nice. And now that you're saying it, and I'm thinking in the future, one day when Papa God says, "Girl, I'm going to bless you again," I'd love to have that policy revised, you know, so that it's flexible and it's agile. And talking about agility, I haven't forgotten about you, Shireen. I know you're online and you with us, and I'm loving that lipstick. It looks amazing on you, girl. Just from, you know, what we've been chatting about, looking at how we really empowering women to really sustain growth, to really focus on inclusion and financial inclusion, looking at, you know, the amount of experience that you've had in your industry. What are some of the trends that we could be looking out for in the next 5 years that could really impact gender equality?
Thank you, and thanks so much for having me in the panel. Although I'm online, but I'm there in spirit. I think maybe just to so I've been working in digital space and with entrepreneurs for quite a while. So I'm from Finland, and I've been in South Africa for now 1.5 years. And one of the things that I normally try to look at the similarities between Finland and the host country that I'm in. And I remember about 5 to 7 years ago, I saw this picture on Finnish newspaper, a father and a daughter, a father running a very successful cleaning business, which is one of the biggest companies in Finland. And he was mentoring her daughter to take over the company. Now, this is something that also both in Finland and in South Africa, family businesses make up to 70 to 80% of all the businesses. In Finland, it's 70, and I think I think the other way around, 70 in South Africa and 80 in Finland. And that's, alone, the workforce effect is like 50 to 60% how much they employ family businesses. Yet in a country like Finland, where we are quite progressive in terms of gender equality, only the small amount of the daughters will take over the company. We're talking about 4 times more sons are groomed or supported to take over the companies, and some similar statistics are shown also in South Africa. So I think 5 years from now, I would love to see that sort of daughter and father relationship that was portrayed in this magazine to be not an exception, but actual, practice without it making the news headlines. So I think that is something that, even for myself, like when I look at my own career, without the support of my father, my brothers, I think many times I would have given up. Because I felt like I don't belong into the, sitting around that table where I'm normally the only woman, and especially in the Northern Europe, only colored women in the table. So that kind of norm where, we break those barriers, that it's more, norm to sit there. But I think that's where we need the allyship with women, whether it's your family members or the men in your surroundings and support network.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think one of the other words that popped up earlier in terms of, what we look forward to is the support, right? And it's quite evident that, in order for us to become sustainable in what we do, we need to have the correct resources, the correct support. I want to just open the floor to anyone, right? 1 or 2 questions to the ladies, because this is a conversation. This is not just about me being here and asking them all the questions. If you would like to ask a question, please just raise your hand. If we've got any questions online, I will also be checking online. So please remember to drop your questions online. Should you have any questions, or you'd like to hear a story, or a moment where you've experienced any of the ladies and you'd like to know how they actually managed to come out of that. So I'll come back to you, Katie. We've got this amazing book that you've written, right? Unpacking scarcity, insecurity, and sisterhood in the workplace. We're tearing that down, especially in the workplace. We sometimes become so catty with one another. I don't know why, right? I really don't know why. Maybe tell us why you wrote this book and why specifically including, perspectives around, unpacking the insecurities and the sisterhood in the workplace. Because Kakaza mentioned that, like, you go on maternity leave, you come back, I'm a new mom, I have to go and, like, express and come back, just cover up for me. I'm coming, I'm not like just going away. But let's chat about some of these challenges and some of these, things that happen that we don't want to talk about, and we just want to, like, keep them underneath the carpet. Let's unpack these a little. Yes.
Thank you so much. So I think the book is a reflection. It's a reflection on my entire journey and my career, but also conversations with other women. And what the book is about, it's the harm that we as women cause to each other in the workplace, where and it's often called tear her down syndrome, And once reflecting on this entire experience, and I think there was one key moment where it's really where I started to really journal and reflect on it. Someone that I trusted, someone that I mentored, someone that I coached, went behind my back. Okay. Someone that I trusted went behind my back to actually question my appointment into a leadership position, and this was another woman. There was another experience with two women who I worked very closely with, and in my face, they were sisters in arms, sitting in panels speaking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. But behind the scenes, what they were doing was the opposite. Smear campaigns, the quiet undermining of my integrity, And what this led me to do really was to ask why, as you're asking, why do we do this as women? Men don't do this to each other, by the way. A man can stay for like 20 years without seeing someone. If they need something from that person, rest assured they will ask for it, And some of the findings that I found was the fact that I think a lot of one is definitely around scarcity mentality, where women or people, by believing that, and there's only room for a limited few, and if there is someone who's in a senior position and I want to be in that position, I must get that person out of the way, and that's how the smear campaigns come around, Some of it's internalized misogyny and internalized patriarchy, where we model the very behaviors out there in the market in terms of how we have been raised in systems that aren't made for us. We're speaking about that, and we then police other women that same way, Some of it is also around internalized misogyny, But I think the crux of it is really that, where it is either people that have experienced it, where someone led you that way, and you then perpetuate it, But for me, the bulk of the book is also then about the sisterhood that I spoke about, to say I've experienced both. I've experienced the tearing her down, and I've experienced the power of sisterhood. I'll give an example. My book was launched on the 31st of July. And on that evening of the launch, my sisterhood pulled through for me. My sisterhood came through for me. My book on that night, in the middle of the launch, was #1 at Exclusive Books. This is the power. This is the power of what we deprive ourselves when we compete against each other as women, And the bulk of the book is really around the call for healing. Let's do better as women. Let's heal. If that was done to you as a woman, a leader led you that way, a female leader, heal so that you don't perpetuate. Do not have scarcity mentality. If you are the first, make sure you're not the last. Send the elevator down, mentor, coach, extend tables.
so that we can rise to the power of sisterhood. Woo!
Yeah, preach, preach. So, the book is here. I have about 3 or 4 copies to give away. I'm just saying, I will like one for myself, but I'm gonna extend it to you all, right? So please, I did say, capture these moments. Take a short video, post it on Instagram, hashtag tag AB4IR, hashtag WWIITS 2025. I'm gonna be checking on the socials, and if I don't find you there, please engage with us here. So I'm giving you another opportunity. Any questions on the floor from the ladies? All right, so let me make my way to you. You got it? Ah, you see, this is what we're talking about. Sisterhood, empowering one another. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, good morning, ladies. My name is Ntabileng Pur. Tulu, my question to you, what you're doing is so interesting. And I think I would like to hear, how do you ensure that in the rural areas, in trying to electrify proof of residence, as you explained, to date, from when your business started, how many communities have you helped? Because I think this is one critical piece of paper that we take for granted, particularly in the rural areas where everything is far from everything, where GPS only started, I think, last year to even allocate homes in the rural villages and home. How did you sustain that? I think that it's a wonderful initiative, and I think one needs to understand it more so that, should there be a need to help, and how do we help, and how do we also interact with your system? Yeah.
Should I answer now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thanks for that question and that opportunity to tell this story. So, Address Docs started actually in 2018. So, just the backstory about myself, I've been in banking for many years, right? And I've been involved with many digital transformation projects that happened within a corporate bank. And one thing that I can say is that when you are an innovator within a corporate environment, I believe that there is a lot of red tape. And I think I came at a time where the voice of innovators within the ICT space was not loud enough for me to still innovate within the organization and make certain improvements or certain projects become a reality. And I think that's a reality that many women actually face within, especially corporate environment. And I was in corporate for a long time until I decided, you know what, I wanted to climb as many, ladders as possible so that I can make this a reality. But it never happens. You even get there, but you still, use the mandate, someone else's mandate. You never really create your own, you're not able to create your own legacy within a big corporate structure. And I think that's something that really led me to actually do this as something that I do on my own. That's how I actually started my business. Also, just to add that I'm also an academic. I'm actually doing research in the subject around digital addressing and how we can use technology, especially where there is infrastructure shortage, especially in rural areas or in township environment. So for me, it is a personal journey, how I actually came up with Address Docs. So I come from a community within the mining area in Rustenburg. And one of the key things that happens there is that when communities protest to the mine and say you are giving jobs to people that do not belong in our community, or you are giving people business opportunities to people who do not belong in the community, then the mining company in that area is no way of knowing whether this person actually is from this area or not. Unfortunately for our family is that my brother being the community leader, we actually suffered our house being burned down by the community because there was a protest and they decided the person that was responsible. So it took pain for our family, for me to also see an opportunity to actually innovate in that space. And it's not that it's, so it's innovation out of necessity, it's innovation out of a challenge that exists. And therefore, that's how we started. That's how I started with the innovation. It was in 2019. In 2020, I received a grant from Technology Innovation Agency to actually build a prototype. How we work is that we engage traditional authorities in villages. We engage local municipalities, especially the rural local municipalities, to get them on our platform. In that way, residents are able to interact with the municipality in terms of firstly verifying the address, the traditional council or the local municipality being able to confirm that address and that property and that area. With that said, there is a platform which is enabled through WhatsApp that a community member can use to request a proof of residence from their local municipality and traditional councils. We have this platform live in about 5 communities in the Northwest Province. Bafokeng, the Royal Bafokeng Nation has had a pilot in 2 villages. We've implemented this in Makapanstad, just outside of Pretoria, Makapanstad and Maubane and a few other villages there. We've implemented it in quite a few. So I think not more than 10 kind of communities that we have and local municipalities that we have implemented it in. So we do get a lot of support from government in terms of grants, but we are looking at corporate partnerships. It is the bank financial services industry that is looking to use this kind of technology. There is an advancement in e-commerce platforms that wants verified addresses. So to enable the platform economy, you need a platform like ours. So with the agri-tech platforms that have been built, we are engaging quite a few of them in terms of enabling technology for that. Sorry, I've taken up a lot of time.
No, we
so
love
but
it.
I think,
We love it.
I think it was good that give
Yes.
the background story.
With that said, my lady, you ignited her to unpack. This is coming to you. Yes. All right, we have another question.
From a gent, an ally in the room.
An ally. You see, we love it. We love it.
I'm not sure if it was an intention of the organizers just to make sure that I'm the only male guest here. Not that I'm complaining, CEO. I love it to be among sisters.
We
and
love it for
mothers.
you too.
Thank you. Yes, I just came to support. AB4R has been my client who I was mentoring and coaching entrepreneurs. So thank you, CEO, for an opportunity to be part of the occasion. Now, thank you, ma'am. I can really feel your passion when you talk about leadership, Ms. Nkuna. The socio-economic challenges that we have in this country are so rampant that you ask yourself what needs to be done from leadership perspective. You look at poverty, you look at youth unemployment. Nearly half of young people are at home, not going to school, not studying, not working, just shagadawering in the villages and the townships. And you ask yourself this question, what needs to be done? Because we think we're in power. I don't want to talk about poverty, hunger, unemployment, housing challenges, education system. Auditor General has indicated that municipalities are dysfunctional. But now, what needs to be done from women perspective in terms of leadership? Because you can have the best innovation in the world, but the success of any innovation is attributed to the type of leaders. And over 3 decades, all corridors of power have been dominated by us men, but the results say something else. And I'm asking myself, is there any contribution that as mothers, as sisters, you can actually share from a leadership point of view in terms of ameliorating the socio-economic pathologies that we're experiencing as a country? Because to be honest, in the next 5 years, we won't have a country if things don't change. Thank you so much.
I thank you. Ladies, you want to take a stab at it?
Can I respond? I think
Sure.
your question, I think, speaks to two things I'm passionate about. So the bulk of my career I've actually spent around youth empowerment. So my time at Accenture, we impacted over 92,000 young people and leveraging technology as an accelerator into job creation. And for us, the measurement of success wasn't just we've trained young people, but how many young people have gone into those jobs. So of those 92,000, over 85% of them went into jobs. And I think for me, the true thing, and this is how SkillQuest was born. So SkillQuest is born out of my passion for young people and my frustration of corporate doing checkbook charity and just spending for BEE points and not substantive programs to empower young people. I know for sure that those 92,000 is because we put love and heart into them and we empowered them, where the empowerment, it was not because regardless of where they're from. I speak passionately about the fact that talent is dispersed equally, but opportunities aren't. And we need more and more corporates and people to be intentional about programs that are sustainable and changing people's lives in a meaningful way. The second part of my passion, which is probably what my next book is going to be about, I think it is high time that feminine leadership rises and we lean into our feminine leadership as women. So I speak about the fact that all of us, we've got both male and feminine energy. But often the feminine leadership is seen as weakness, but there's strength in that. We must lean into our vulnerability. We must lean into our empathy. And I think even men must lean into their own feminine energy, because this is how we are going to rehumanize the workspaces, how we're going to rehumanize our communities, because we start with the essence of Ubuntu and seeing people as human beings and enabling people at their unique human level.
Love it. Yes, I was actually coming to you, Kakaza. Thank you.
So I just wanted to add to that. I just think it's very sad for me to say this because I grew up in a very politically ignited family. I went and studied politics, and I really thought that politics would be the heart of what I do. But I think it's really time for South Africans to accept that politics has failed us, that politicians have failed us, and that I think whatever solutions are going to come are not going to come from a political structure. And I think one thing that women are able to do is to organize and is to get things done, whether the system allows or not. And I think it's really important that we have more women-led organizations who are working outside of political structures. And I'm not saying that politics doesn't affect us, but working outside of those political structures, really working with civil society, really working in other structures to say, how do we make sure we get things done? Right now, we're looking at technology and how we build, we're using WhatsApp as a delivery mechanism. We have reached almost 1 million learners through WhatsApp. And only after that do we go to Department of Education more as a rubber stamp, more than anything. If Department of Education says no, we still continue with our innovation. If we have to go to a lot of international funders to be able to get the work done because we know that our own local funding streams are dried up, then that's what we do. But I think politics, it's chai.
It's chai. It's chai indeed. It's chai for this segment. But in closing, I'm going to get a few words from you, Shireen. I just want to hear, we're hearing a lot of, inclusivity, empowering each other. But what does this really look like, for us today and going forward? How do we then really ensure that we pass on the baton?
Yeah, thanks, and it's been really interesting to listen to all of you. I think that the gentleman, just to go to that point, is it the only man in the crowd?
Yes.
Besides the support people. This is exactly, it's maybe something that I see especially when working with civil societies, and is that in the crowd we would have very little men when we're talking about female, matters, whether it's leadership, empowerment, and so forth. But when the decisions are made, the roles are reversed. You have maybe one woman and the rest are men. And I think that's one thing that we definitely need to work on changing. And I think technology is one thing that, potentially could, ease that gap. We had just recently a call for proposal where we were looking for companies that are solving social issues with digital solutions. And when I was looking at the numbers of applicants that we got from female founders versus male founders, and it was very nice to see that there was more women applying. And I think that's something that technology brings, because you get that little bit more equality there because you show your skills and what you are, not because you're a woman or a man. So that's something that I'm hoping that technology in the future will, bring that gap closer. When it comes to the gender equality and the leadership as well, because we do see more digital companies that are led by women because it's been their own idea, they've been, behind that wheel, without potentially needing so much support of say from the other gender. But yeah, I think those would be like my closing sort of points. I still say allyship. This is something that I have seen throughout my career. Instance, when you have a support, and I think I echo also that female support as well. Even like, I know this is a little bit silly, but things like wearing a red lipstick, wearing a red dress, and you hear the comments from other female, it's not like always positive things. I really appreciate you did bring it as a positive thing, but these are the things that we do need to change. It's the small comments, it's the support that you need from one another to actually succeed and become a leader.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. A big round of applause for our first panelist. And I think we take away gems with us. And I'm going to pick your brains a bit later on. I'm going to ask that we have a quick break, a leg stretch, go to the ladies. So when you walk down this beautiful red carpet, to your left, you walk slightly up a little bit to your right. That's where you'll find the levee. Let's have a quick break. Grab some water, grab a tea, make your way back by 12:05 so we can carry on with our program for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenna, take a picture with the lady, please.
Hello, mommy.
I loved your question. You really went into the
But I would. No, it's fine. It's Women's Month, so women can give men a chance. We've been.
I thought I'm getting my group as well.
Of course, I'm going to give you one.
Okay, thank you. I'll talk to you later.
No problem. No problem. I want to talk to you.
Your book. I'll ask. I'll ask if James gave. I'm going to ask. Final call to our gorgeous ladies. If you could make your way back to your table. We're really excited to allow you to see the magnificence that is on the second panel. To our last lovely ladies, if you could please make your way over to the tables, just so we can kick off. So, guys, I know you're all back, and there's a little bit of an energizer I want to do with you right now. So I know you're all enjoying your treats, so you're going to be a little bit annoyed at me because I'm going to ask you to stand up. So one of the things often that we walk into rooms and we see, and we make assumptions, right? No matter where we go, we assume that we know something about someone. We assume we know their background. We assume we know their heritage. We assume we know how easy or how tough their life has been. And sometimes those assumptions hold us back because sometimes when we look at each other, we see the differences and we immediately put up walls, right? And sometimes we go and move to a zone and think, well, these are my people. I see similarities. I bet many of you in this room would be astonished to know that my mother, my grandmother, my great grandmother looks more like you ladies than they do like me. Very much so. I have Ndebele, Shona, Congolese, Angolan DNA. I was birthed by a Black woman, and often my aunts have to remind people when they see us at family functions, don't you know that Black chickens lay white eggs too? That's how we got Haley. So, what I want to do for a moment is we're about to talk about redefining leadership. We're going to talk about culture in a moment and some of the challenges we face. But often when I look in rooms, I think, gosh, we don't know a lot, hey, about each other. So, I would ask for you all to stand up for just a moment, if you could do me the honor. Okay. Is everybody on their toes? I'm sorry, I won't keep you on your toes too long. I can see these gorgeous heels in the room. And like I said, today, we see you in your finest. We're talking about sipping success, right? And what's the truth about success? It's just the iceberg. It's the glistening. It's the highlight reel of our lives. But often, people don't know how that success was built. So sit down if you've never been told no. Is anybody taking a seat? If you've never been told no when you walked into a room, when you picked up a call, when you sent an email, okay, so we're all standing strong. We've all been told no. Sit down if you have never said, I'll make a plan. So we've all said to ourselves, I'll make a plan, right? Sit down if you've never got off a phone call or sat at a computer or even in your car and had tears pour down your face because of something that's just happened to you, but you've decided to continue. You've picked back up the call, you've continued on the road, and you've continued in writing. We've all done that, right? Okay. Sit down if you've never disappointed anyone. Oh, we're all standing strong, right? Now we've got Lindy sanitary pads in this room. We're all women. Sit down if you've never gone into your own stash of pads or tampons and given it to another woman. So what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing resilience. I'm seeing empathy. I'm seeing kindness. I'm seeing people who can get back up when they hear no. Sit down if you don't believe that women can change this country and the nation and the continent. If you don't believe that we are the change, sit down. So we all believe in ourselves. I think that's commendable. And I think it's astonishing. And you see what we all have in common? We've all faced different trials and tribulations. And I thank you for being here because today you're sharing your success with us. But I thank you for continuing through your trials and tribulations. So I am honored, as I said, to talk about Leadership Redefined. I'm honored to introduce the panelists we're about to have. And you may all sit down and give yourselves a round of applause, thanking yourselves for your resilience. So as we said, we're about to do Leadership Redefined. This panel is invigorating. It's people from different spectrums and different backgrounds. I think you're going to love what they have to say. To start off, we have Incubation Pora. She is, wow. I mean, this is the woman who put South African cinema on the map. Could we say anything else? Over 16 years in the industry. She believes in equality transformation, but she believes in sustainable growth because sometimes we know such glamorous industries don't leave a great ethical footprint. And sometimes they don't care about the people they leave behind. They exploit the talent, they exploit the brainchilds, and we are astounded to have you, and we'd love to just welcome you to the room, and we're excited to hear a bit more from you. And then next in the room, we have the founder of CyberSec. Now, this is really exciting, right? Because our biggest threat walking right now is not the people we'll face, but the invisible threats. We're all getting those messages from our banks right now, aren't we? Like, you're constantly worried. So I'm really, really honored in this room to welcome Doreen Mokoena. As I said, she is the CEO of CyberSec. She's focused on digital inclusion and regulatory excellence. Please make your way to the stage. She sits on the board forums of such as ICANN. She's, of course, like many women in this room, invigorated by diversity. She focuses on development and advisory services, and she continues to shape our digital landscape. And we are so thankful to have her here. She does not need a haircut. The hair is fabulous. It's you.
And she's a hacker too.
Oh, I love hackers. I hope you're going to do more hacker challenges. Exciting. And then we do have someone digitally, and we'll be introducing them in just a moment. But now it's on to our dearest Teboho Makhatso. She's the CEO of Net Campus, a passionate leader driving transformation and inclusion in the ICT sector. She has a strong focus on training. She's launched impactful youth programs that deliver a return. She continues to grow, and she continues to grow others through her leadership. She has been named 2024's Tech Woman of the Year at Telcom Innovation and Transformation Awards. And she and her business, Net Campus, also received the People's Choice Award for its national impact in ICT, training and development. Wow, I'm feeling really overwhelmed with all these incredible women around me. I can't wait to learn, right? And then we have Serena Davis. She is joining us virtually. Are you there with us? Yes, we can see you. A gorgeous blonde bombshell in the room today. She's at Hipposeed. Remember, guys, earlier I said investment. This is a woman you're going to want to connect with in LinkedIn, build mentorship, because she has been at both sides of the table. She has raised the capital and she's decided where to invest those funds. And most importantly, she works with, I know she's no longer in the room with us, our dear Sally Klingler, but she works with valuable products. She makes sure they get to market, and she especially makes sure she grows with her role at Hipposeeds. So ladies, I'm just so excited to have you all with us right now. I'm so excited to kick off the questions. I think one thing we're going to do first, is there anything anyone wants to say in terms of recap some of the things they've seen today, and any messages or nuggets they have for the room? Anybody just yet? Not now, perfectly. So we're going to head off into our questions. As we said, it is redefining leadership. So when we talk about women and changing culture and what that looks like, and for the first time, because we all know technology sometimes is not our friend when it makes things disappear. So I just want to open the questions for you ladies. So give me 1 second, guys. My questions just disappeared. Perfect. Okay. So I guess we often hear about leadership, and we talk about the hierarchy, the results driven. We talk about the focus. We've all heard the word KPIs in our life. We've all been told, can we circle back to the point of delivery? So for the room right now, the traditional leadership model has often been hierarchical and results focused. How have you personally redefined what leadership means in your role, and what are some of the key qualities you prioritize?
Am I starting? All right. No, thank you very much. And I'm honored to be here, to be amongst women, those who've made it and those who are still going to make it. And we are all going to make it. Look, I think definitely, when you're talking about culture, especially for the sectors that we are in, they're very male, they're very older people that are leading, and I think it's because of historical reasons as well, and mostly also white in the space that I am in. So there's a lot of culture differences. There's a lot of reaching out and trying to understand how other people are seeing the same problem. You can see the same problem, but from different angles. And really, it's around empathy, around compassion, around understanding what somebody else is going through, and but then going into the problem and solving it. Because I don't think there's wrong and right. It's about taking good and bad and combining it to come with a good solution. So yeah, it's really around understanding and making sure that you are open to suggestions. Also understanding that you will learn from everybody, younger, older, women, men. Just be open to learn. And I think for me, that's how it is. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Any comments there, or may I move on to the next question? I see some commentary here.
Yes, I think leadership, well, for me, oh, sorry, they said I must do this. Leadership for me is a relationship between yourself and the growth around you, because you do not become a leader to fail. You lead to succeed. So for me, leadership is about being able to get to the goal that you seek with those that you lead or you manage or you hire. So it's about being the one that is able to set a direction that everybody can find what they need to do in it and run with it. But in the same leadership, sometimes from a woman's perspective, it's sometimes taken for granted as a woman. So you end up in every sphere, not only having to just lead, but you need to sometimes emphasize some things, because of then men don't listen. So you need to shovel in that space, and then you then sometimes need to be strict in the work, because of then I've realized in the film and in audiovisual industries, there's a lot of male dominating the sector, and if you're a woman, and you need to say it twice before they hear it. And when you're with women, you just say it once and we all get it, you know. So leadership in film is still hard. Leadership in film is still very, we are still forcing it. So now we are pushing it. In Sotho or in Zulu, you were going to say Ngenkani, you know. So now we are being deliberate about ensuring that even the projects that we support are led by women, are for women, because of we are trying to really change the agenda of transformation, because of leadership cannot go without transformation, without equity, without all these things. So when you talk about leadership in today's day and age, for me is challenging, because of not only are you looking into leading people into a certain goal, but how do you then have professional people that are ourselves, which is women, and not being employed for our faces or for just ticking the box, but being hired to be great in what we are doing. And it frustrates me that as a woman, you have to go extra hard to be noticed. And it frustrates me that as a woman, you have to say things more than once for them to be heard. But we are there, we are here, we push on, and leadership for me really goes with a plan, succession, and objectives of what you want to do.
Please forgive my faux pas. There was another esteemed lady who should have been on this panel, and I confused her for the next panel. So I'd love to welcome to the stage Nokutula Nokli Indlavo. She's a multi-hyphenate in the room. She's a techpreneur, a speaker, a coach, a multi-award recipient. She's got 21 years, yes, 2 decades as a seasoned techpreneur. She's the founder of Projectized Management. She truly believes in advancing the Black girl, and she truly believes in transformation. She sits, some of her roles include chair of the Black Business Council, PCC, ICT, and IORBF, SA chapter. She's a champion for skills development, and she mentors women in tech, and she's founded Limit Breakers Global Foundation to empower over 100,000 youths with us. So please forgive my faux pas and welcome her to the stage. I apologize. Perfect. So we hear a lot about the rise of remote and hybrid work, and we know that it's introduced new challenges. We also know some of our workforce that has entered, this is their first time coming into an office because they started with a computer and they don't know why they need to come and see us. We know that's true too. But what has been your biggest learning or adjustment as a leader in this new work environment? Who would like to tackle that question? I think we should pass it to the end on this question as we've just welcomed you. So we're asking here,
Yeah.
what has been our biggest learning or adjustment as a leader in the new work environment, dealing with the hybrid, work from home, return to work model, and the new challenges that COVID created for us?
Okay. Firstly, I want to applaud myself for standing up and say, how did you forget me? Can you guys give me a big round of applause? I had two options: to storm out or to make people aware that I think it's an error. We make errors as women. So to answer your question, were you intentional to ask me, or it was just a mistake? We are actually launching at GovTech. We're going to be launching a solution to take care of the 2Ks in the workplace, because they are misunderstood when they enter the workplace, especially the hybrid. And by the time they entered the workplace, there was transformation and things have changed. So one of the things that we have identified is that when the young people have entered the workplace and working in hybrid, they came with people that have so much fatigue emotionally, financially, spiritually, and physically when they entered the workplace. So sometimes even the mentorship and the virtual workplace and the expectation of the transformation, there wasn't enough change management, even for us that had been in the workplace. And one of the things that came to us, and we did a study, is that a lot of companies really do not know how to manage the new generation and what they are looking for. So what we did is we asked them, how would you like to be treated? How do we get productivity from you? And this application and this solution that we have actually stems from them, where they tell us how they want to be treated. If you look at how Silicon Valley startups and European Berlin startups are managed, they look at productivity and results-based productivity. And in our country, we struggle with that because we want to tick the box, right? So obviously there's environments like, depending on the sector, in hospital, you can't really work virtual. You need to see the patient unless you've got the technology and the IoT and technology where you can test the patient, not that it's not there. But in some work environments, just make sure that the people that are coming in the workplace, whether it's the existing workforce or the new workforce, you are very clear of the outputs, you encourage, you mentor, and you use technology to measure performance. Thank you.
Actually, is there anybody else that has a comment on that? Especially, guys, managing Y2Ks is no joke, right? I had one person tell me it's given slavery at work. Like, why do I need to come? I was like, I'm not sure I've been adapted to this. So,
okay, so this is quite interesting, right? And I'm sure we've all noticed the early this year in January, Elon Musk released an email that he sent to his staff where he was saying, I want to see bums on seats. You know, and to me, that was more of an autocratic way of management and leadership. I'm speaking like this because I run a tech company. You know, we do cybersecurity, we do ethical hacking, and we build systems. So most of our work is actually done online. You know, it's done on the Visual Studio. It's done at the comfort of your home. And I'm proud to say that, I mean, we have 20 employees at Cybersec Clinic, and all of them are working from home. Yes, there's going to be a hybrid work environment very soon, but we have produced more systems, more proposals. We have won more contracts working from home. So what I'm saying is, whether you work from home or you work from the office, productivity is actually measured on outputs. Whether you're working from a taxi rank, I mean, I got here and I went to sit at the back to attend a board meeting, and there was still output. So I think, in as much as we're embracing the hybrid environment, we also need to be very sociable and we need to be acceptable of the Y2Ks. These kids don't even care about HR. HR is there as there. They're just looking at HR as an older woman who's just sitting there, but they believe working from home, and because it produces a lot of results. And in as much as I'm for working from home, I do believe that at some point for strategic alignment and compliance, we do need to report to the office maybe once or twice a week. But let's not stop output by forcing people to be working from the office. That's my point.
I think it's super. Yes.
Clearly, I'm the dinosaur here.
It's good to have different opinions, right? We can't all think the same.
No, look, I mean, I think it really depends on how matured your organization is. I lead a company with 110 people. At home, we have 3 branches in Gauteng and Cape Town. It is tough leading people, and they're not present. Obviously, when through COVID, we were all at home, we came back, we had a hybrid model. But to be quite honest, it doesn't work all the time, hey? People want to be monitored, they want to be policed, they want to be followed around, they want to be beaten up, like honestly, And so, while we understand and I get that, but at the end of the day, people must earn it as well. You earn the trust, and you must make sure that you show that you are matured enough to do that. So with us, there's divisions and there's business units that work at the office, not negotiable. And there's divisions that we are a bit more flexible. And I do know, again, the young people, it's not all of them who are very matured. Sometimes, and we also are, because we're in training, sometimes we train them and they're online, and somebody will just leave their laptop there. They go to the mall and then they come back. So you ask yourself, where were you? I was at the mall, or I was outside doing whatever. So I think trust is end, and it's not one size fits all. At the end of the day, we must make money, and I'm not going to have people steal my money through time. And so if we must have systems and processes to make sure that it happens, yes, and we do. But people sometimes are not trustworthy, and that's when you become very hard. And
I think that is the truth, and it's going to lead into our next piece around empathy, because I think sometimes some of us grew up in a more stern culture. I mean, when I was coming into the advertising and media industry, some of the stuff I took from bosses, a Y2K would never. I mean, I was literally locked in a room once to write a strategy and left there overnight, and I just sat and wrote the strategy. I was like, fun enough, it was a South African woman, but in London. I had bosses throw things. I also had bosses say, if you walk into a room and nobody in that room wants to sleep with you, then they're not going to listen to anything you say. Those were the realities of coming into an industry, right? We've grown, we know a lot better, but I think sometimes the balance of culture and empathy and understanding, and you talked about it so beautifully when you talked about earning the trust, but some of this generation believe they deserve the trust from the get-go. There is a level of entitlement, but I want to understand, what is a specific example of a time when leading with empathy and emotional intelligence helped you solve a business challenge or improve team performance, especially in an era when we're seeing high staff turnovers in many of our companies, and the young people have seemed to clock onto this thing, if I keep moving, I can just keep earning, but they're not learning that development and that skill. Oh yes, I've got some questions for her too in the next.
I think some of the challenges that I've personally experienced is how newcomers who claim to have certain skills do not have those skills. So I'm not too sure if it's an academic issue, because they have the qualifications, but they don't have the actual skill. So, and at the rate at which we are also in my organization, very understaffed and very fast-paced, there's no time to actually train. So we find that a lot of organizations, even the organizations that we use to send the interns, these are production companies, they don't have time to train the interns. They put them to work, because of the old, everybody's rushing time and everybody's rushing, particularly in production. We are really time and money based. So you find that there is no time to teach somebody who said they are a camera, and then when you get there, then they can't even operate a camera. You know, we also find ourselves in a situation where the new entrants, this short writing is not working in a professional environment. They want to say HU, like how are you, like I don't know what they are saying. It's some of those challenges that also just take our time, because now we are understanding what we should not be understanding. But the overall is that Generation Y, Generation Z are not ready for the actual work. Everybody thinks we are in gaming and everybody wants to play, you know, even when lives are a challenge. But unfortunately, with the spaces where the youth really likes, it's enjoying more in animation. We are seeing more animators, particularly from our side, new entrants into gaming, 3D, 2D animation. And we're trying to also advocate for new solutions around virtual reality. We're trying to ensure that now people do not fully focus on fiction and non-fiction from our end, because of the reality is that the films are not making money. And I know I hate filmmakers a lot when I say that, because currently films is not making money. How are we looking into alternative audiovisual? And through research, because of I'm doing my thesis on gaming, sorry. Gaming is superseding film and music combined in terms of contribution to the GDP. So while entertain something that is clearly research that is not making money, and look at alternatives, you know, the solutions that we are bringing now, addressing the issue of solutions, is people need to start looking, particularly creatives, start looking into nature and wildlife, environmental filmmaking, fashion filmmaking, tourism filmmaking, locations filmmaking, ocean life filmmaking, wildlife filmmaking. Because of SABC multi-choice ETV can only buy so much content from so many productions, and then what happens to the rest? You know, and nobody is making films about climate change, and it's a reality that is there. And the worst that kills me the most is that no one is making films for kids. Our kids don't have content. Our kids don't have content that relates into their language. There's no one that is creating content in Spedi. No one is creating content in Shivenda. But we want our kids to acquire our language. No one is creating content in Afrikaans for kids. So who are we? And I think I'll leave it at that.
Got the mic. I think there's an alignment with what you're sharing, my sister, especially with you know, content related, relatable content that is not exposed. I just want us to go to our YouTube right now, because you asked a question about empathy. If you can go to YouTube and type how to give constructive feedback to a 2K in, then you put where you come from, Mabobane, Kwamashu, Soweto. If someone can just go there, how to give constructive feedback to, what are the 2K? It's millennials and what? Gen Z. How to give constructive feedback to a Gen Z from Kwamashu, from Mabobane, from Soshanguve. If anyone can type that for me and just let me know what comes up. Because I just want to tap into what you are saying in terms of empathy. Or from Inanda, if you look at the stats, Inanda and PMB, they are high up in the stats. And that empathy takes, I mean, it's considered, it's some of the considerations that we need to know when people come into the workplace. Does anyone have, I mean, how to give constructive feedback? Yes?
So I Googled it, and I'm going to be super honest. I chose Westbury,
Yeah.
where my mother's from, and I got a lot of people who look more similar to my dad,
Yeah.
giving constructive feedbacks. Simon Zinek, the number one tip for using
Constructive
feedback to grow.
Simon.
Yes.
Yes. Who else? Yeah. From where you come from? Yeah, Soshanguve. Yep. Who else? Yep. Who else? Who else? Can I challenge you today? If you've got a YouTube page, go and create. Say how to give constructive feedback to a 2K or a Gen Z from Soshanguve. Do it. When I was doing work at Oxford University, I was asked to be an engagement tutor for over, I think we managed to get over 200 women, C-suite women across the world at their Women Executive Development Program. And one of the things that they were looking for is content from Africa. And when you go and just put on YouTube how to give constructive feedback to a Venda man, to a Zulu man, to a Tswana man, to a Zulu woman, to a Pedi woman, it's not there. Who is going to do it for us? To an Afrikaans woman, who is going to give it to us? So when we speak about empathy, the empathy is that we don't even know who has come into the workplace. In South Africa, around 2000, a lot of people died from HIV/AIDS. So what we have discovered, some of the people that are coming into the workplace, they were raised by grannies, and these grannies are now dying. They were not raised by parents. They were taken care of by the new government until they finished. So they are coming into the workplace without parents, raised by grannies and extended family. And when they come in, you don't even assess and understand who they are. So that's one of the things that I think we can have empathy to understand who's coming in to your workplace. Then you also have someone that was over-sheltered, who was overprivileged, and they come in. So it's those things in terms of empathy that we should look at and understand, who do I have and who raised this person, and what can they bring into the workplace, and what are the strengths that I can extract when they come in. And then you work with that, and then you introduce a lot of personal and self-mastery. So one of the modules that we put in when we develop young people is self-mastery, accountability. Remember, some of them didn't grow up in safe spaces where it was okay for them to tell the truth. They grew up in survival. So when they come in the workplace as well, to your point, my sister, trust, some of them is earned through lies, and they have to always cover themselves. Then you are able to identify it because you work with integrity. So those are the things that I think we should be aware of and have empathy to understand who's coming to the workplace. Thank you.
I think that's so powerful. And just before, Sharina, I
Can I
promise we
add?
haven't forgot about you. We're coming to you with a question right now. But just on that, are there any specific tactics you've done to humanize the workforce as a collective in the room, and ways in which we understand people that often do come from very different spaces to us, and how we mentor them when the book written by McKinsey doesn't work?
I can take that. I think, in the space that I'm in, it's really around empowerment, about upliftment, and just, making sure that people learn, have skills, but also get into jobs. But we also know that it's a journey, right? And we come from different backgrounds. And sometimes just the fact that a program is funded does not mean you don't need extra support. With us, we have a rule. If we are going to run a program, we will make sure that people eat, because we know a lot of them don't have a meal when they come from home. So they will get something to eat. They will have lunch, and we will just make sure that they are comfortable. Secondly, if they are at home, and we don't have to do this again, if we run in classes virtually and they are at home, we will make sure that they have data. And we pay for it out of our profit and so on. And why we do this is because we come from that background. We understand the challenges. we know that one meal makes a big difference. And we also make sure that we understand the circumstances. The child-headed households and the grannies sometimes don't have money for transport and those things. Those are Black people issues. We understand them. We come from there. But if you want to be successful and those people to be successful, you must make sure that there's extra support. You know, I was shocked to find out one of the days that one of our employees starting in the company was actually living in a squatter camp somewhere, like a very bad place, you know, and so to your point, you never know what people are going through. And when you don't have an open door policy to understand and, you know, they see you as ice queen sitting there, they're not open to come to you and so on and so on. But it must just be a culture of the organization that we understand each other, we support each other, we grow each other, and we pull each other up. You know, it's important. It must be ingrained in each and every one of us. And yes, we make money, but we must not forget why we do what we do. It's not for the money. It's like a calling, and we must always pull each other up. So for me, it must come from the heart as well. You can't even fake it. Sacrifice a few cents here and there and make sure that everybody's comfortable.
I think on that, I know you wanted to say something, so do you want me to hand over to you?
Okay, so now I'm not gonna wear the hat of a woman, but I'm gonna wear the hat of a philanthropist. I have actually heard what both my colleagues have said, and this is what my take is. So empathy when it comes to inclusion is something that we all need to consider. All of us come from different walks of lives. And I'm sitting here looking around and I'm thinking everyone here looks so nice, looks so fancy, they have good jobs. But are we really preaching to the converted? The people that we're talking to today know everything that we're talking about. We are not reaching and hitting the right spaces. The people who need to hear these conversations are not in this room. We are asking entrepreneurs, developed, attendees to actually go and build content. We should be asking people who do not have data to build content. So first of all, the internet was no way designed with security in mind. It was not designed for security. It was not designed for inclusion. It was not designed to bridge the digital divide. Now, South Africa is a post-apartheid country. We are actually still embracing technologies right now. And I, for one, I'm a forensic practitioner, but I only saw a computer for the first time in my life when I was 15. 2 years later, I built my first website on a BlackBerry app, on the BlackBerry phone. And not that because I did not understand how computers work, it's because I was not exposed to computers. Now, in as much as we're asking people to go and build content, do they have equipment? Do they have cameras? Do they even know how to use the internet? There's a difference between knowing how to use a smartphone and feeling safe while using the smartphone. Now, the internet that we are all using and all have created does not factor in those marginalized communities. I'm looking at that table over there. Those ladies over there. I don't see a single nod. I don't see anything that says they actually understand the context of what we're talking about. This is the inclusion that I'm talking about. Those ladies sitting there are very brilliant. They can build outstanding content that will win, from the Films and Commission Board. But what I'm saying is, when are we going to include people? When are we going to stop, inviting ourselves? All of us are converted here. We understand context, but when are we going to Venda? When are we going to Mabopane, to Seshego? When are we teaching people how to build games, to build content? Because South Africa is seen as a country that consumes a lot of content. We're now building our own content.
Highest consumption in the world now on internet.
It's not fair that Netflix is the highest payer of content creators. Yet we have the Films and Publication Board, we have these, we've got all of this, we've got digital technologies. What are they doing? So the question, it's not us, it's the people who came before us. But the question is, how do we then now rebuild the narrative?
So I think then on that hand, Sharina, I'm looking at you because one of the questions was, and I think you just highlighted it so brilliantly and beautifully. We often walk into these rooms, and I know many people in this room are going to different rural areas, different ikasis, and even within the suburbs, we assume everybody in the suburb has access, but they may be in the suburbs for different reasons because we talked about it. I'm a person, my mom died in 98 because of HIV. I have no nuclear family. My father died in 2019. My brother was gunned down about half an hour away from here. So when you talk about that, I go back to communities often where people are living in a 4-bedroom and there's 8 of them. And the reality is the girls have realized they're beautiful enough to go make relationships for the things that they need. Because this is the other side of it. Our statistics, people, it's groceries, it's toiletries, and it's aesthetics. And people are exploiting our country. And it's interesting, you said the internet, because the internet was created from pornography. Many people don't realize that. But the device of the internet in its core, in the way that we consume it, was created by the porn industry. A lot of the things. So I think this is a brilliant question. And then, Sharina, you invest in a lot of end products and you spend a lot of time nurturing individuals, but you talked about this so eloquently. When we talk about what are some of the more common mistakes or pitfalls companies make when trying to build inclusive culture and how can we avoid them, one of the things you said is, should we have as an institution organization have made a better thing of bringing people from different spaces into the room today? Should we have made sure they can engage with it today? And should we make sure we are providing people with equipment or the spaces they can come to safely and within their own budget, so it's our own costs. So that's some of the stuff. So Sharina, I hope you heard the question. You can ask me if you need me to repeat it. So I'm going to pass that over to you.
Thank you, and it's really a privilege to be here, and I've enjoyed listening to all this. For a little bit of context of my background, for those of you who don't know me, which is probably most of you, but I moved to Kenya for a project to raise 60 million for a Kenyan woman who ran Wananchi, which was an internet company, Jerry Uyonge. And her vision was, she called her company Wananchi Swahili for the people, because she understood very clearly that she wanted to build affordable internet because she understood what the access was for that. So this is, at this moment, still a standing internet company. She understood the importance of that. And was very, proud and happy to be chief commercial officer underneath her, raising that amount of money. And for South Africa, AB4IR is one of those beautiful
Perfect. I think inclusivity and trust keeps coming back out in the room today. And I think it's easy to say, let's build trust, let's build trust. But what are some of the strategies that the people in this room, because we said you did it so poignantly, you set a challenge for each and every one of us. You told us every one of us needs to not speak to our core circle, but go outside of our core work environment, our core socializing circle, and go back into another space and elevate someone else by developing the empathy and put in our money where our mouth is. So across the three ladies today, and understanding that just because someone says they know something, we can't assume it. We still have to spend that time and investment in nurturing them. So when we talk about trust, how are we building that? What are actual viable strategies that whether you are a single entrepreneur or you are leading a company of over 100 individuals, how can you manage that and implement that?
Thank you. I think for me, there's other leaders, right, that you must have, that I have around myself. And those leaders are experts in their areas. They know more than me, and I trust them to empower me. My role is more of a coordination and reminding people why we are here and bringing them back to the point of the reason we are here. So you know, I also allow people to lead in their spaces without me getting involved too much in people's businesses, right? But I also have an open door policy, and I talk to anybody. There's no rule that says I can't talk to your person. If they want to talk to me, I'm available. I'll talk to whoever, and that, you know, makes people comfortable in their organization and in me as a leader, and they feel at home, and they become more invested in the organization and what we do and what we are all about. So it's a balance of just making sure that we are happy at work. We do, but we also achieve and overachieve. We also at work, we are working very hard, but we also play hard. And we have fun, we are homely, we support each other, we're a family. But the leaders must also lead in their spaces. I'm not doing anybody's job here. I'm doing my own job. I have my CFO there. She must do the numbers. I'm not about the numbers. She's there. No, she doesn't have money for sponsorship or anything. But yeah, you know, I think it's also about sisterhood. I've noticed in our organization that honestly, sometimes I hear that we bring each other down and all of that. I'm fortunate in my space that there's less of that, you know. So it's also elevating other people. There's characters that are quiet and they don't abapapi, like, you know, but it's also knowing that they have a lot to say and they can actually see there's a lot of valuable input from those quiet individuals. And it's also about taking out their opinion and making them feel that they are heard and making them confident to contribute. And there's those that are always in your face, and the males really sometimes are the ones that are in your face, they want to be heard, they're na 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 na, but they're extroverts, but they're bullies sometimes. And it's true, guys. Male in the room, he's not listening. But you know, they sometimes feel that they know more than us. And so for me, leading quite a diverse portfolio and employees, white, brown, whatever, male, old, and so on, I also have to lead in my own way. I'm not a bully, but I must just make sure that, wait, you know, don't do that. There's another person who wants to say something, and so on and so on. So I just want to say there's a lot of value in women being leaders because we do it in our own houses. We have children, they're not the same personality, this one is too much, this one is what, and we bring that to the organizations, and we must never stop, and we must never think that is not valuable. It is actually very valuable to make it a homely place that everybody can prosper. Well, I said too many things. I don't even remember the question, but yeah.
Do you know the interesting thing is, it's like she knew what the next question was going to be because she already answered it. Because the next question was going to be, how can we as women leaders inspire others, both men and women, to embrace more collaborative and inclusive leadership style? And I think one of the things that really came out from what you said is that you have to see the individuals. We need to understand the extroverts, the introverts. We need to also understand in our own teams, we might have high performers who are detrimental to other people and who pull them back. And we also have to understand the natural, and I came in the room earlier, I think Karabo mentioned it, the femininity of leadership and the masculinity of leadership. And I think often, even as women, we wear those different roles. And sometimes women who are successful, we're seen to lean too much into our masculine in order to, as you said, compete in the spaces that were there before in order to be heard. So I think you really actually answered that question. So I think in terms of the next question, in a high pressured environment, how do you balance the need for clear business outcomes with leading compassion for your team? And I think this is difficult because I've heard leaders say they try and sometimes they're taken advantage of. They're sometimes seen as weak, and I see, I'm going to pass you this mic for guarantee.
Is this okay? Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay.
My sister here mentioned that we get into business for business. Okay. And also, I think you were asking us to give questions. Why, one of the words to use, I said authenticity. All right. I'm in two entities. Limit Breakers Foundation, it's where I do the philanthropy, the empowerment, the 100,000 youth, the women across the world, etc. Because we see that there is societal problems, the woman on boards, that's where I function. In projectized management, you see I'm wearing this suit. I think some men, they'll call me dragon. If someone says Noctula is dragon, she spits fire, it's the truth. When money is concerned, we speak about money, right? And I think we are very uncomfortable sometimes as women to name our price. I'm here because I believe in this organization. For me to sit in a place, I'm telling you guys, I'm not cheap. I charge because I know the value that I bring. I know what I'm worth, and I know that I've earned it. So some of the things that we have to plug in when a person walks into your company, our company, with all the background, we are here to make money. We are here to be profitable, and we have to make a living. We don't get taxes from the government to be able to run the shop. So being clear on that there must be remuneration and profitability. It must sink in. It's one of the things that we need to be very intentional, even when we onboard someone. Many years ago, I worked for Discovery, many years ago. And Adrian Gore, those days, right? When you are onboarded, whether you're coming in as a director, as a cleaner, as a nurse, as a doctor in Discovery, all of us did a course. And if you don't pass this course, you would not come and start the first day at work. And he used to come and address us the last day. You must be able to sell medical aid when you're having a braai everywhere. By the time we finished that program, you know how Discovery works and how they make their money and how the claims work and how authorization works. I think it's still in my head today. So if people don't understand why and how you make money, it's such a fine line to become a charity case. So I think when we are very clear that ultimately we want to grow, we want to scale, we want to be your Sonys of the world and evolve and stay profitable. So that's the authenticity that we need to bring in, where we are very clear that we are in business, right? We can talk and what, but the kaching and the bank and the payroll for those, it's real.
Can I ask you a question on top of the question? Because I think I'm looking at many women in here, and we've all been lowballed in our life. We've all been told we're asking for too much. We've all probably given free work at some point in time because we told it would help us with exposure, and that exposure never came, right? I think that's fair. And you advocated so beautifully for yourself today, and we're about to lead into a question around advocacy. How do you advocate for your business, for yourself, or when you're walking into a new role? Because it's proven time and time again. Actually, South Africans' women's numbers are going down. I think we used to earn like 83 cents to the rand against every man. Now we earn like 71 cents to the rand. With the reduction of DEI programs in America, it has a knock-on effect to us. We've seen about 300,000 Black women out of jobs in our own sectors. We talk about innovating, retail sector, 8,100 jobs have just been lost. And with the steel news we just got, that's another 3,000 jobs. So people are feeling desperate, and sometimes in desperation, and I'm looking at you phenomenal ladies who definitely didn't get anywhere by not advocating for yourself. How do you, even when people are like, but you know, you should be grateful for what you get, it's tough out there. How do you advocate for yourself?
I coach CEOs, some of the C-suite CEOs in this country, CIOs, people that are waiting to transition. You name your price. But also, you mentioned who has not been rejected. So you will get no's. It's not available. It's okay. It's a practice. Remember, you must practice, and someone will know your worth. And when you get your worth, people will come for you. And also, it must be steps by step. There are spaces where you build your value proposition, where you give something, where your worth is displayed, and how do you convert that? But I think in terms of advocacy, if you know, you've written, I support a lot of Black authors. My programs, I'm very intentional about Black women and Black authors because I want our stories. Design a program where you are very intentional that it has a price to it. If you are selling a product, these suites, we are sitting here, these couches, somebody paid for them, right? Mm-hmm. For the meals that we are eating, somebody paid for them. And I think my sister there, she mentioned when we're sitting together, I'm a good listener, that sometimes we feel we are not worthy. Write it down if you can't speak it. Find someone to manage you. That's why artists, and they have managers, right? Actors have agents. There's nothing wrong with having someone to manage, to speak on your behalf, or to manage your value offering if you are not able to do it yourself. So that's the advocacy that I would like women to step up to have someone that manages you if you are not able to do it, or you have a rate card. And then you are also open to negotiate. Maybe a sister can say, I'm still not there, but I really want Tulu. I really want Uhlengiwe to come. I'm still not there. What are the future prospects? Then you can say to W, you know what? You can rate me. You can do this on Google. I will come and give this. And you've got an audience. There's always something for us to give. But I advocate for women to start charging. Serena, I advocate for women to start knowing their worth, and the more we can do it together, the more we can make it a norm. Because when some circles they say, oh, here comes Noki Noki likes money, as if it's a wrong thing to speak about money, right? And sometimes just one challenge to us as women that sit in C-suits, because you see, let's say Hlengiwe coming to bring a proposal for 10 million or 10 billion. You don't even know how 10 billion looks like in numbers. Mm. You, because of your limitations, you feel that Hlengiwe or Amohelo cannot get this 10 billion. And you sitting that can make a decision, you oppress it because it's way above what you can imagine. So I just also want us to be open, especially us that makes decisions, that sit in those boards. When you see Hlengiwe, when you see Amohelo, when you see Tulu coming up with those big numbers, embrace it. That's the advocacy I would encourage. Thank you.
I think I want to pass over to our US guest, Serena. That was phenomenal because I heard her say something earlier. She said, fight like a man. When she talks about the people she invests in, she talks about fighting like a man. I want to understand, Serena, when you've had to fight like a man, advocate, stand up for an underrepresented group. And we know in venture capital, Africa is underrepresented, despite the fact that we are literally the future of the world's population, that we are the biggest consumer base in the world currently. But the reality is we still seem like this small foreign concept over there. And Serena, you've built excellent ties with the continent, with the nation, and you've had to walk into rooms who are not actually open to hearing about Africa that often. So I'd love to understand an example of when you've had to advocate for an underrepresented group and how that worked out.
One of the examples was Jerry Rargate, who's Forbes identified as one of the great leaders in Africa. There's articles about her. And then having Western investors question whether or not she can lead a larger organization like that. I think at that moment, it had to be me to speak on her behalf, if we were talking about advocacy, to explain, other than the fact that, I wanted to jump across the table and choke the person who was asking the question. But I think because spaces are still so male, and we have to kind of, sometimes we need to show up with that language that they speak, that they seem to understand. And once we secure the spaces, then we can go back to ourselves in a lot of ways. Now, one other example, and I don't know if I should mention it specifically, but there's an incredible incubator in Kenya that is for disabled tech, and it's led by a person with disabilities, physical disabilities. And again, when we try and raise a fund for him, everybody loves him and everybody wants him in their slide deck, but they won't let him lead decisions post-investment. And this has been an ongoing frustration. So it's just a matter of fighting and fighting and fighting. And what's beautiful and great to see, like there's a $100 million African fund run by a woman. It's called the Alithia Fund. More funds are starting to be run by women. A simple example, in Kenya, we know the traffic, it's really bad in the city. And this woman came to me and she said, I have an on-call nail service. So that instead of you having to drive to get your nails done or pedicure, a woman comes to your office.
Please may I have, it's coming, it's coming back. I think some of the lessons from Serena there was if the prospect you're going after can't understand the vision, ask them to bring people in the room that can explain the value of it. Because I think a great thing in Kenya that shows when something's innovative but not for the community is the super road from the airport. No local uses it because nobody has those dollars to pay for it, right? So they're still all stuck in traffic. They didn't think about it. But when we think of something they saw value in that we didn't see value in was M-Pesa, right? Because it made inherent sense to them. So sometimes it's not that your innovation is wrong, it's that you've taken it to the wrong audience or the wrong market. So I think we're also hearing that. And I think this is a true thing. I look the way I do, my business partner looks, we're like a top deck, if you call it that. We look yin and yang. And sometimes I walk into the room first when there's certain people, and sometimes she walks into the room, because sometimes she's like, Haley, get on the phone with your Scottish accent. They'll appreciate it. Because it helps. So also don't be afraid, and I heard this, Serena, to put yourself in the back foot if someone in your team can help open that door. So those are some of the lessons. And I think genuinely we're going to give some questions to the room now. And one of the final questions that we have, right, for this panel, please.
Once the question putting yourself yeah, it's working. And Serena mentioned I was literally faced with the same situation 2 months ago, where I was required to do additional work from what I'm usually doing. And I was told, and then I said, you know what, I don't think the task is sufficient. And I was told that, you know, in Taverlane, you need to be grateful that you have this job. And I'm like, no, 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 no. The job is grateful for me because it's not anybody else that you chose to do it, but me. So clearly there was something that you saw in me that you could not identify with anybody else. So if we are not able to discuss, because they were not even looking into, you know, this thing like, I'm always seen to be the problematic one because of I tell my piece, and I'm very good at telling the truth. And I know what I am deserving because I know what I also output, right? So they were like, yeah, but you know, we can't even do it, because I was like, okay, then it's fine. I also then can't do what you want me to do. And they were like, no, I think it's in the best interest of the organization that you think of your decision. I'm like, no, it's the interest of the organization to take care of me. For me to work longer in it and give it my best. That should be the interest of the organization. It should not be my interest that the organization is exploiting me.
Did you feel any guilt?
No. No, 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 no. I say no. And being fair to what I think is not fair to me. And listening to your views and being able to negotiate until we get to a point where we have to get to an equilibrium that serves both. You know? So being able to share who you are and your worth, I do agree with you that it is important, and we should not shy away, and also be able to take the consequences of saying no and not taking the job, and they can give it to someone else and live with that, because you really stand by your decision and retain it throughout. Because of now, it's a silent threat when somebody says, I mean, put the interest of the organization first. I mean, you know that finances are tight. No, finances are not tight, because of then finances can go to other things that are not relevant to what we are doing, but we can do those things because of, but also the other thing that I've noticed that in many organizations, women also at times, we lead by emotions. So we also make a lot of emotional decisions sometimes. There's those characters that are not fair. So because today I don't feel like I like Ntabeleng, I will not support her project. And that is exactly what the first panel was talking about, to say that leaders oppress females. A female can rather listen to a guy than listen to you. Yes, there is there is that energy to say that some leaders, and we can't fight this thing of saying let's females support females when females don't trust each other. And females don't think other females can do it. And that for me is a concern, because of then it means you are not even trusting your own gender to do something. But when you are in that position and you think you can do it, but you can't trust the next person.
Back to you on that. When you say you can't sometimes trust the woman next to you, then how do you circumvent that, overcome that, and build a new bridge that will still enable you to be elevated?
Can I say something? I think for me, and I don't know why, I have male and female colleagues. And I think from their personality sometimes comes through. And even with female colleagues, they are not the same. I know there's colleagues that will support 100,000%. You call, they are there, they support, and they go all the way with you. And you are likely to lean towards them. And there's colleagues who are women, they will never sacrifice anything. 3 o'clock, my child, my what, my wantuntun, my cat, And at the end of the day, I'm here also to make money. And yes, I'm female, but on the 25th, I stopped being female. You want money in your bank. But I must understand that you are a female, you are this, you are that. I'm not here about that. And I, I might be insensitive, but bills must be paid. And we must also understand why we are here. We are here because we're adding value. We are selling our time, and people must bring what is valuable. And closely linked to that, when I rebranded my company and I stopped calling us Black women owned, because I thought, "Eish, this has got limitations." As soon as you say you're Black women, it's like it's substandard. You are begging, you are this, you don't know what you are doing, and you are BEE. You know how people think. And I said, let's remove this and compete on a fair basis. We are just who we are. We bring what we bring, and it's fair, and it's competitive, and it's quality. And that's what we've branded ourselves. So I just think, we must also, as women, not be like that, guys. Bills must be paid, and we must stop being so bills must be paid, guys.
Well, just to piggyback on what she has said, you're definitely right. So because of how my voice sounds like, so sometimes when I have an online meeting, I sound very little, like, it's child labor and stuff. But now, the moment I walk into the room where now we need to do a POC or we need to do a demo, and be like, oh, so this is the CEO, so you're doing, I'm like, yeah, what were you expecting? A hoodie? So sometimes because of the work that I do, I mean, when you're saying that maybe there's a disgruntled couple who's going through a divorce, they want me to find if their husband was really cheating. And now I have to wear my hacker skills and go check what he's been doing. And when the client, which is the wife, comes and be like, so you're the lady I've been talking to. So when it comes to women, merit and qualification will always be a question. We will always get questioned, not because of how we look, but there's always a standard that if maybe you're a lawyer, you need to look a specific way. If you're a IT specialist, you need to, I mean, who would tell that she works in flip? She's so gorgeous, but a person would think that she must wear. So the thing with women, one thing that I have noticed is that we also do have a polycharter Down syndrome. I might be wearing a shoe that you like, and unfortunately you can't afford it. Then wankwatela, then now you don't like me, and maybe you take away my proposal, or you take away my bid, or you take away my contract because of that. And I like what you have done by taking away the woman branded thing when you're branding your company. So once we bid for opportunities, we do not say woman owned or Black owned or what's not. We say ISO certified. ISO what? We actually, our qualification are the certificates that we have. Being a woman comes in the BE scoring. It's not any way part of the reason why I should get a job. So when it comes to competition, I will compete the same way a man competes.
Sorry, Serena. We're giving you 30 seconds. I'm so sorry. We have to. We've got to wrap up. Sorry, Serena. You've got 30 seconds for your closing remarks.
I just want to say, I think we're better than that. I think we do better than that. So I like when somebody. I agree with you. Let's not put women on there for sure. But we're still. I'm looking forward to the day when we just give each other business and we're the economy. We're not. We're making our own tables, we're making our own things, we're giving each other our own jobs. And I know from my experience that you hire a mom and she's not busy trying to do politics in the company because she doesn't have time. And there's other people who are busy just trying to crawl to the top. And competence and excellence, the pursuit of excellence, I trust in certain people, and I just look forward to when we're giving each other the word. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Always lovely having you. And thank you so much, my ladies. I'm sorry, I've been summoned to tell you guys where lunch is being served. And if you do not eat right now, the food is gonna burn. So that's the only reason. I love the conversation. Let's keep it flowing. Let's keep it going. During lunch, let the conversations, keep happening. So yeah, for now we're gonna break for lunch. I'm gonna ask all our speakers to go to the left-hand side to serve yourselves some lunch, and then yeah, once our speakers are done, we've also got another station on the right-hand side. So please, to all our esteemed guests, please serve yourselves to the right. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to ask that we be back by 5 to 2 because we were back on schedule, but now we've lost it a little bit again. When we come back, we still have a masterclass, which is an hour long. And then we also have a Diva Spotlight, which I'm definitely looking forward to. It's all about the sipping, the savor, and soaring. So yes, and then we have our last panel discussion. So we still have a long program ahead of us. So please, let's be conscious of time. Let's use it wisely, and bon appetit. Ladies, I hope you guys absolutely enjoyed the lunch. It was so scrumptious. It was delicious. And I hope you're enjoying the music too, because it's really giving the vibes, right? I also hope that you are connecting, because you said you wanted to connect with one another, which I'm absolutely enjoying. I'm seeing you all enjoying the red carpet, taking amazing pictures, visiting our amazing, exhibitions. So we're going to kick off. I'm going to ask that everybody makes their way back. If we can be seated, so we can go straight into, the second part of the day. But while all the other ladies make their way back, I want to hear what has been the highlight of the first half of the morning. Your highlights. I'm going to go to each and every table, because we are saying we want to be inclusive. So I don't want the same people who've been like participating, to participate. So randomly, Nje, I'm going to stop at the table and I'm going to hand you over the mic. Please speak. And please smile, because you're on camera, right? All right. I'm going to ask my beautiful, lovely lady over here. Of course. It doesn't matter. Whatever highlight has been for the day, please do share.
Good afternoon, beautiful queens. Good afternoon, gorgeous women. So I'm just going to make a few comments based on the last panel. We didn't have an opportunity to ask questions, boss lady, and you know why. So I want to first start with Mentabeleng. She made a comment about being in film and the fact that there's no content that is maybe geared to support and transform that space. Mentabeleng, can I ask you a question? When was the last time you went to watch a play on stage, go theater? Okay. All right. I'll give you that credit.
Yes.
The reason I'm asking that question is that I advocate for children from the age of 2 to young adults who are in the arts, creative arts. And this is an advocacy I serve on the board and an organization called Asitage South Africa. We struggle to get our sisters and brothers to support our children who are creative. Haledi Theatre. If I'm in Cape Town, the vibe is different. But here in Johannesburg, our children are so talented, but the theaters are empty. So I'm challenging each one of you to please, every Sunday, any theater, State Theater, Market Theater, Monte Casino, there's always a play at 3 o'clock. On my birthdays, I buy 15 to 30 tickets for my friends. I never have a party because I know how it feels for an artistic person to show up and the theater is empty. We then have to pay for the theater as an NGO. We have to raise funds so they get salaries. But we need all of you in this room to get out of the house and go and watch a play. You might be surprised that even your child might be interested. Please, let's do that. Let's support the arts.
I think I was saying filmmakers are focused on producing fiction and non-fiction.
Yeah.
And I was saying there's other opportunities that have better money in all the spaces that I spoke about.
Yeah.
Yes. I was not saying
True.
there's no, but I was saying deliberately that no one is creating, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
That no one is producing content for our own children, even on the TVs that we have. Even on the Cartoon
TVs
Network.
turn us down.
Yes,
So if you have that, if you can open
yes.
that door for us, because we do
So
have
I was saying
content.
there's alternative ways
Yeah.
that people need to
Last
also
point.
focus on in terms of content, not
Yeah.
just for the niche e leng hore ke 16 to batho ba baholo fela.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of community, but there's also different content programs that people can look into for better opportunities.
Le re supporteng hle ra le kopa.
Ke rona bao.
Last point. I just want to say something in relation to, I think it was you, Sis Noktula, in relation to how as women we don't actually acknowledge our self-worth. I chair the Global Women in Leadership in the US. And recently in June, when we gathered, we discovered that 70% of men globally will apply for a role even when they only have 7% of their skills matching to that job. 7, not even 10, 7. But you are going to sit there and want to match every line as a woman. So it's time we also stop doubting ourselves. You see it, whether it's a fund, whether it's a job, whether it's a network, put in that application. Because a man is going to put that application in and nobody's going to stop them. So let's stop self-doubt and let's at least rise to that occasion. I think we've heard a lot from our panelists, that it's very, very important that we rise to that occasion. Yes, Amandala.
I love it. Please give her a round of applause. You see, I'm coming. I'm going to come to all the tables, all the tables. I will be back, ma'am. I just wanted to remind you that we're here to connect. We're here to converse. And that's why I said I'm not here to stand on the stage and speak the whole time and you're hearing me and I'm the one asking the questions. But I want all of us to really engage and to share our experiences. I mean, how would we have known that Mama's actually, sitting where we could get all our kids to like sign up now and, you allocate to us. We create a QR code now. We scan and we sign up our kids for theater, and even if it means that it's just for an experience, and they'll absolutely love it. I mean, I got goosebumps as you were speaking about it because recently I went to go watch Matilda, right? And for the longest time, my daughter has been making me watch Matilda, and I'm so tired of this Matilda. And I'm just like, I can't wait until she can actually start reading. And then I'm going to give her the challenge and say, girl, here's a book. Go read. You've watched the movie, now go read. So we've done it, reverse. And she's watched the movie and then she went to theater to go watch it. And she loved it. And that experience for her, all she wants to do is be on stage. Mommy, when are we going again? Mommy, I want to be there. I'm like, who do you want to be like when you... No, Mommy, I want to act like Matilda. You saw when she came and she was singing next to me there by the stairs. And it's just that. And it's just really for us to unpack some of these experiences of ours, and it ignites other passions. I mean, we've got younger nieces and nephews that are probably not exposed to theater. And that's why I say I'm coming around the table. I want to hear from each and every one of you. I'm excited because, innovation really has a huge impact. And the impact really allows us to drive change for ourselves, change for those who are going to be the future leaders. With this said, I'd like to invite Ms. Togo Mia from Girl Hype to come and give us our official masterclass for today. And the subject is innovation and impact on how to drive change in your field. And I'm sure you got it right. I'm very passionate about the arts. Yes, I'm artsy. But yeah, so that's it. Please, let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Togo Mia from Girl Hype. Yes, girl.
Hello, ladies. Wow, we look so beautiful today. What an audience. I'm really, really so honored to be invited to take the masterclass today. Let me take a moment to introduce myself so that you've got some context of who I am and what I'm about. I'm Tokomia. I'm the CEO of Girl Hype Coders Technology Institution. Hello, I see some people are familiar with Girl Hype. That's wonderful. Who we are is a digital skills enabler specifically focused on women and girls. That is our core mandate, and that's our primary prerogative. The empowerment of women and ensuring that they've got a place in the digital landscape, that they've got the skills to be able to access, network, and opportunity. And we start at high school level, because that's really where we see the impact. So I've been running code clubs since 2014. And what I can say is that in the past 11 years, of the code clubs I've ran, I've had a 98% turnover into tech subjects. Those are girls from rural areas and townships that have studied technology, IT at a university straight from high school, that studied computer science, that studied engineering, maths, and went on to get jobs within the sector. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know of any other place where that kind of a stat takes place. Number one, I didn't study IT myself. I didn't study technology at all, especially definitely not at a university level, even though I had the exposure and opportunities. So that's the one thing that is hugely phenomenal. And I just want to talk about the other 2%. So that's because those girls came in already knowing that they want to study either accounting or law. So those are the two other careers that our girls go into. And that's, of course, with wonderful support from our partners, businesses, corporate, CSI, grants, and that's been a huge part of our model. And then the second part is skilling the youth and reskilling into technology industry, right? So what does this look like? It's your youth not employed, not in university, and especially your graduates who are now looking for that path, that avenue, right? Taking out of context anthropology and computer science, what do I do now that I've got this double major? What does it mean, right? And moving from that academic space into workplace. And similarly for corporates, being able to translate young people from this environment of, I just need to submit and get graded, to having someone who's actually valuable to the company, who's driving change, who's an innovator, self-starter, who can think for themselves and think of, the next thing to do for themselves, and how to get that from a pool of graduates, of people who took engineering and COSA. How do you merge that and become a real world human? So that's the intersection that we're at, providing learnerships, graduate programs, internships, and real world exposure through this, as well as reskilling. So we've got a variety of certification courses on our website that anyone can take, from data science, cybersecurity. Actually, one of our greatest success stories, and I think it's my greatest because she also turned into one of my best friends, was a woman who came in as a biomedical engineer, biomedical technologist. And she was in sales, and she was, selling Environ products, and just felt like I've basically made it to the end of my biotechnology career, and I want to do something more impactful. So she came to Girl Hype, master's candidate, working, settled, and took a software development course that we ran with UWC as the degree program. So she got a degree in KF7, let's say, and it took us about 6 months to get through that program, and went on to then use that collateral of information to start her own company, and left corporate and left sales, and moved on into this industry. And for me, I was really taken aback by that, because it just really showed how impactful a program like this can be. I think when you're sitting in the driver's seat, you often feel the impact, you feel the heart, you feel the stats, you feel the numbers, you feel the weight of the community on your shoulders. But to see someone translate so easily, I think for me, that's been one of my best achievements or best success stories. So I invite you ladies to go onto our platform, girlhype.co.za, look at the courses that we have online, and see, how you can get certified. We've got Cisco, AWS, there are a variety of certifications. If the platform is not working, because it can get glitchy, we work with interns, just send us an email and we will check that out. But once you get home, share this, please, with young ladies that you know, with young men that you know, because they're the ones really who can benefit from a platform like this. I've got a younger sister, and a role in her life, that I'm having impact in her life, and so I've challenged her. I said, you know what, I'm sitting right next to you. I work with thousands of young people across the country, and I want the same for you. So please follow the ride that I'm on. Go on our social media as Girl Hype and see what it is that we're outputting there. And don't ride the wave with me and say, okay, you know what, this is a comfortable equally share the biggest obstacle that you have in achieving that. Whether it's a mental block that you've got, or you've got a physical block, or something in business, you're having trouble with finances, or you don't have the confidence for it. Let's hear it, and then we'll just get a couple of insights from the room. Thank you, ladies. I think returning to the session, I'd like to ask if any of the women, if any of the ladies today have got, can stand up and share their bold ideas, especially someone we haven't heard from. I know that we have been, I'm going to also put people on the spot and see who's willing to share their problem statement today. Ma'am, I see you. Let me get a second mic to do this. Thank you. The lady in the white at the back. Let's hear from her. So we'll just have 3 participants share their story. I'm just choosing randomly. I think the mic is on already. Not yet.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, thank you. I am Miranda Magali from the Innovator Trust. I'm here to support my CEO and AB4IR as well, and women in all. So what I've achieved already, I've done that. I've achieved that. I did my certificate in health and safety, occupational health and safety management. I wanted to do that all along.
Congratulations.
But with God's greatness, I did that. Yes, thank you a lot.
Thank you. We've got another volunteer over here.
Hello, everyone. Am I the youngest in the house? Well, it almost look like I'm the youngest. My name is Koketso Matlela. I'm from the Technology Transfer Office at the University of Johannesburg. I am the industrial designer that side. So I am the inventor of the KMT automatic pill dispenser. So the automatic pill dispenser, I've designed and made it for people who are living with chronic conditions. So it automatically dispenses their pills on their, like according to their schedules. There are people that take multiple prescriptions in a day. Well, I have a tangible prototype, but still stuck a bit because I need to further develop my product for markets. So I'm here to also make connections. If there's anyone who knows how I can like go into the step of marketing and further developing my product, please do say hi. Thank you.
Okay, can we get one last volunteer? Or should I pick somebody? Let's come over to this side. Let's come over to these tables. I think the lady in the green over here. Okay.
Hi, ladies. How are you? You all look beautiful, by the way. I'm Daphne Muswani from Tswana South Tibet College OD campus, the landlord. What I want to say today, this year I'm doing my master's in education management. I was
Clock
supposed to be
it.
graduating this year, and then I think I mixed plans. So I had a baby last year. So it delayed my studies. And I actually have 5, by the way.
Ooh.
Yeah, 5. I have a boy and a daughter, then twins who are a girl and a daughter, and then the last born is a son. So I think the masters that I'll be graduating for next year, I'm dedicating to them that you can be a mother, study, and be anything that you want to be in this world. Thank you.
I love that. I think, one common thread that came out through all of these was impact, whether it was a personal impact or societal, social impact. We all wanted to gain and grow so that we can become better people, right? And daily, in the position that I'm in, I have to think about how do we grow from here? How do we get to the next step? And the one thing, almost 4 points that I want to bring across is around how we manage to, or how we can manage to grow our businesses. How do we see ourselves, especially in goal setting, in agenda setting, to be able to set sustainable, transferable, measurable, impact, scalable goals. The first idea, I'll give a stat, is that call centers, right? I remember, 2-3 years ago with the open AI and ChatGPT coming out. And even today, if you go online, the question is AI going to take our jobs? Is AI stealing jobs? So the first market was the BPO, right? We felt like, oh my gosh, there goes BPO. It's over, it's kaput, it's done for. But actually, interestingly, AI has only made call center operations more effective. Yes. So there's a 14% increase in efficiency across call centers because of AI. Not necessarily that the BPO sector has completely eradicated itself. And I think that's what we have to kind of look at when we think of our businesses. I know most of us here are entrepreneurs, we're innovators, right? And so adaptability. The question here is, if I was to take my solution away from people, would they cry? Would they start screaming? Or would they die? Right? And if you answer yes to any one of those questions, you know that you're working on an effective solution. If you answer no to all 3 of them, think again. You need to get back to the drawing board. Novelty. Now, I really like the idea of novelty, but I think novelty works really well with consistency as well. So on this topic, is my idea new? Is it new to me? Or is it just shiny? Do I want to make an investment into something that's shiny? Right? As business people, it's difficult to almost separate ourselves from being crows, liking shiny objects and just wanting to jump and be attached to them, as opposed to having real, tangible, novel, innovative ideas, something that the market hasn't seen before. Equally so, something that the market knows about, but I'm going to provide it, and being competitive enough for that. Especially as young people, I know for me, there was a huge jump from understanding that I don't always have to have the most innovative new idea. So in my early career, I was in startups, and I worked a lot in the startup investment landscape, especially in the Western Cape. And so I did a lot of incubators and I did a lot of hackathons, and I was just always on the scene in terms of those things. So I had a lot of new ideas. And moving into the sort of mid-career stage in my life, I had to almost come to terms with the fact that even though I've got this idea, the idea that is just something standard, right? The shoemaker sells shoes. The shoemaker sells shoes today and tomorrow. And coming to terms with that and being like, I might have a good idea today, but do I have the stickability for that good idea? I think is so, so important. And moving into our businesses daily, I hope that we can move through that sort of inertia, that sort of day-to-day, and be comfortable with the novelty, whether it's shiny, whether it's a new innovation, but being able to navigate that. And the third idea around this, as we set our goals daily, is, can it spread easily? How adaptable is my idea? How easy is it to implement, right? If I'm going to be delivering a new product, is it something that someone's going to want to get onto each and every single day and be able to move into their calendar, into their agenda, right? We're fighting a lot of things. We've got 5 kids, we're studying, I've got 2 dogs. I'll use myself as an example. I've got 2 dogs. Somehow I want to move my travel calendar and fit it into this. But at the same time, I've got these new ideas coming towards me each and every single day. So your end consumer, how adaptable would they be to the idea that you're bringing to them? And if it is that it can easily and quickly get there with you having return customers, then you know that's a goal that you want to set for yourself, and that's a goal that you want to keep. Secondly, timing. Is the world ready? Years ago when I was doing my journalism degree, the lecturer came in. So social media was really popular then, and it was sort of booming. So we had the social media boom at some point, and I was in university round about then. And so the citizen journalism came up, data journalism came up, and the question around the time was, is journalism dying? Is it going to survive this new phase? And it had to adapt. It had to become very, very adaptable. And the question for journalists then was, are you going to be first on the market? Or are you going to provide the truth? Are you going to be the first to get there? Or are you going to provide the real impact information that people need long term? And that's still the case. And we saw, shortly after that, there was the US election, the previous election, and there was mis and disinformation online and kind of battling around that. The question I then had to ask myself as a young innovator was, is this something that I want to, in terms of timing, do I want to be first or do I want to provide quality content? And there's a charm in being both. You can wait for the quality, but someone might get there before you. Or you could publish something and then you have to publish a redactment after. This is something that I often ask myself when I have new business ideas, impact projects and initiatives that I want to reach on a day-to-day basis. Is it so important that I come up with this? Because very often, you wake up, you've got a great idea, it's perfect for business, you need to get to it. And understanding the capacity of your business and understanding the timing of having to put that those 4 ideas are definitely what I want to pose to the audience today, to say, please, let's keep a good idea. Let's keep an eye out. And as we set goals, daily goals, as we set monthly and weekly goals in terms of what we want to achieve in our innovations, let's be adaptable. Let's show sharpness. Let's bring in new ideas. Let's bring in timing. Let's bring in novelty. There was a short game that I wanted to play, and it's 2 truths and a lie, right? So I'm going to provide 3 stats. I really want us to think about them. There are 2 truths and there's a lie. Okay, and I'd like to, while we do this, really think about the context that our ecosystems are in at the moment. So let's go with 1. A data breach costs around $4.9 million. Okay. The second one is women founders raised over 20% of VC funding last year. The third one is US agencies issued 59 new AI rules in 2024. 2 truths and a lie. Is it the data breaches? Is it the VCs? It's the VCs, yes. And this is a problem because still today, only 3 to 4% of VC investments were made into women-led initiatives. 3 to 4%. It's shocking. And if we think about the amount of effort that women put in, and if we think about, I'm sorry to say this, but if I had a man in this room who was as equal to you in the work that you're able to output, and you knew that you were only going to raise 3 to 4% of what he could raise in that room, would it make any sense? None at all. So, irrespective of this, and with this in mind, I think it's really important for us as women to set impact-oriented goals that are effective, that are profitable, and that are sustainable for the businesses that we're in. For the next segment, I've got 8 trends, 8 quick trends that I'm particularly interested in, and I wanted us to get to know before moving on to the next part of the masterclass, right? So the first one is generative AI. With the rise of generative AI, we actually have a 55% increase in operability of dev work. So developers are able to move at 55% more capacity than they were before. So what does this mean when we look at technology? What does this mean when we look at our platforms and our innovations? Are we still shipping out the same products exactly the same way that our neighbors and our competitors are? Have we figured out what that it is that we need in order to stand out from the crowd and really come up with new ideas and new innovations? Secondly, energy and climate. $2.2 trillion is going into clean and green energy this year. That's $2.2 trillion. Are ideas clean? Are we thinking about the environmental and ecological impact that we could have? And if we're not, why not? When this is the world that we're leaving to our next generation. This is the planet that we're going to leave to our children and our grandchildren. So I want to encourage us all to think green as we move into the next phase. Whilst we go into this. Digital government, right? E-services, e-gov. These are rising, and procurement is looking for the next opportunities. There are real sandboxes that are open at play. And these are wonderful opportunities to bring in influence to policy. If we want to see the changes that we want to see in terms of women being able to lead and govern, it's really important that we're able to stand there and say, you know what, I've influenced this policy. I've influenced towards the governmental availability, whether it's within our digital public infrastructures, whether it's within our local government, whether it was within the election that took place and how we're planning on moving forward in that, whatever arena it is, it's so critical that we're able to see that impact and make the right choices. The third is, of course, security. I've mentioned already that on average, security breaches are costing between $1 million or more. And I think in all of our businesses, whether it's our data, whether it's our infrastructure and platforms, build topics that can scale, but most importantly, build products and platforms that are safe. The third is around Africa. We live on a beautiful continent, And we, as South Africans, are so fortunate to live on the most beautiful part of this continent. We are developed, we are clean, we're green, we have access to innovation and resources. And we really have to take pride in this. And when building and scaling, think beyond this South Africa chapter, but think about how I can take South Africa to the world through my business. How do I move from a South Africa project? How do I move from running a code club in Kailicha to being a global edtech leader that's going to make an impact and a dent in the universe? The third is policy. Understanding where policy stands, where it's going to be, and actually using that to your advantage. right? I was having a conversation with one of my colleagues 2 days ago, and we were discussing Starlink and where the Starlink activity is. So I'm really big on internet technologies. And I have a certification in LEO, low Earth orbit satellites, and data gathering and collection of these, specifically around policy and regulation. And so we were discussing, how do we position our businesses as internet companies, internet service providers, as registrars, to be able to be ahead of the Starlink curve, right? And I mean, Starlink currently has this beautiful mission to spend 500 million Rand equipping schools in rural South Africa with internet, 5,000 schools. Starlink would like to connect to the internet, but they would like to do that completely unregulated. Now, of course, the world is moving towards a profile where LEO is the right solution for internet. But South Africa already has got this climatic landscape where we've launched SA Connect, where tenders are on the rollout, ISPs, we running around trying to get access to these services, procurement, and roll them out. And somehow there's this fight as well, this aim to ensure that we protect ourselves as South Africans and remain liberated in network infrastructure. The last colonialism that we want to face is 2 minutes, I'll be done. Is the last colonialism that we want to face is to find ourselves 5 or 10 years down the line where we no longer own our internet infrastructures, where we no longer own our data through satellite technologies, or where we're now being managed again through the next currency of the world, which is data and internet access and connectivity by external participants. So how do we position our businesses ahead of policy in order to be able to adjust and profit from where we are whilst still making those same impacts? And the last one is talent and inclusion. Jobs are shifting, okay? And there could be 170 million more global jobs by 2030. So the next inclusion is your next edge. How do you capitalize on this beautiful African ecosystem, right? And make sure that we're shipping more than Amapiano to the world through this next gen, but using that talent to grow into the continent that we want to see. So ladies, those are the 8 steps that I would leave to you when thinking about how to innovate, how to grow your businesses. I sincerely hope that you've been inspired. I hope that you've been ticking, and I hope to hear from you about how you're setting your goals differently, how you're viewing your business challenges differently, and implementing these new ideas into your innovations.
Wow, just wow, just wow, just wow. You look like you're so incredibly young, I'm not gonna lie. And there's so much wisdom from you. I said you look incredibly young and there's so much wisdom. And I think we're all thankful that you're helping the next generation, regardless of background, change the revolution of technology across Africa. So thank you so much. Now, we really appreciate you. I'm sure there'll be questions in the room in just a moment. Now, I was going to start my next thing by saying a Black founder, but what did we hear in the last panel? We're just talking about exquisite businesses, heads of industries, and the next woman made such an impact when she walked into the room. I saw the white glasses. It was giving Audrey Hepburn, a little bit of Marilyn Monroe. I think we know one of the things we're very well renowned for as a country is our wine, and it's only growing. And many people definitely do savor and sip and enjoy it. We are super excited to have our next speaker. She is a strategist. When we talk about authenticity, she helps brands develop their authentic voice, and she is influential, and she makes sure that others influence too. She doesn't need much introduction, but I'm sure you're going to be excited to taste much of what she's got. It's over there by the stalls. You know, the fabulous ones where you can take care of your monthlies and dress glamorous from head to toe. Izamahlamo, we're so welcome to have you, and we're so excited to hear about the exclusive Bow winery that you've developed and learn everything more about you.
So much.
Oh, and just one thing, you've got someone very special for us. You brought us a surprise guest. So where is Eunice? the life coach, the extraordinaire. Please may you join us.
It's fine. We're going to do it one by one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oopsie. My name is Izam Shomi. I am a brand strategist and I'd like to call myself a powerhouse. I am not boxed where there's demand, I'm there. So today we are here for Bao. As the MC has mentioned to you that there are beautiful wines, custom made, they're in the store. And then I also have bottles that I am going to demonstrate shortly. But before I proceed, I would like Eunice, my life coach, to come on stage and just throw in 2 or 3 words in there, and yeah, just lead the segment. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. 2 or 3 words. Uyadlala. Good afternoon, beautiful ladies. Damn. Le tlhapile skono man. No, le tlhapile skono. Right? Eunice Sibia is the name. I am an independent financial coach. I'm a speaker, public speaker, MC. I was born talking. That's me. Diva Spotlight, you are the divas most, right? Do you feel divarish? Or is it after lunch now the divaness is lunching? Can we get the diva back? Can we feel the diva in the house? Thank you. There's the diva I need. Women brewing success. What is success? How do you brew success? I know they brew that thing. You know that thing that we're going to be talking about later. How do you brew success when? In your own shoes, in your own space. And how do you shape your future then? I wish we had enough time to ponder on those. However, we don't have much time. I will tell you a bit of what I do. So with almost 30 years of banking, I joined the bank, I was very young, I think I was 22, and I retired a few years ago, so you can imagine. The one thing that I was intrigued by was the amount of information when it comes to finances, when it comes to money, versus the lack of knowledge and understanding that existed and still exists, particularly with the Black folk. That pained me, still does. There's a lot to know for us to be successful. And most of us are successful with the little knowledge that we have. So imagine how much we can prosper if we were to come across or dig or find information and knowledge. We would be very far, isn't it? With a bit of struggle, lack of knowledge, lack of understanding, some insecurities here and there, we are here. Look where we are. So if we were to go further and seek information, particularly on finances, we'll be thriving tenfold. What is your background? Where did you grow up? And where you grew up, what exposure did you have on finances? Were there finances in the house or were there not? If there were finances, what was the drama at home around money? If there weren't, what movie did you watch around the poverty and the survival skills? Whichever side of the world you come from, you come with a baggage from your experiences. The tricks that took place at home when there was money, the tricks that took place at home when there was no money, you come carrying that. The survival skills that were practiced in front of you and maybe you were part of, that's what you know. If you did not encounter anything different along the way, that's what you're still practicing, isn't it? Is it still relevant? Now, at your age, The tricks that old Mama and Gogo pulled at home when there was no sugar? Or do you still practice those? You go in next door. Exactly. Some are relevant, some are long rotten. We should have deserted them along the way. But because we know no better, we're still carrying that trommel and we're still carrying that heavy load of the past that's no longer relevant. But you know nothing better, you go along with your trommel. And the trunk is full. Do you know what a trommel is? Yeah, you would know. My generation would know what a trommel is, right? The trunk is full of irrelevant stuff, perhaps. So instead of discarding what no longer is functional and refill with what is modern will take you forward, we don't know. So we stick to the trommel that we know. How about we talk about personal financial management? You know those shenanigans that you do with your money? I see you blushing. Those tricks that you pull where there's no money. And the walk you have when there's money. Right? I get you are two different people at that time. The one that's pulling the walk is walking. When there's no walk, there's no walk. And it's still you. How do we balance the middle? So when we talk about personal financial management, that's what we discuss. It's one of my, I think it's the number one, the leading topic that I focus on, because almost everything we have, we want to do, we want to achieve has a financial element to it. So that's when we talk about personal financial management. Then from money, I want to move on to the next. I'm just listing a few topics that I cover, and that will help you understand why it is important for us to know self. So my specialty is around, and actually I should have said this before I spoke about money, but the money journey is what I picked up from the financial institutions. When I left because I realized that there's far much more to talk about and master than just knowing about money. For you to be able to manage your money successfully and correctly, you need to know you. Who are you? I'm not asking your names. I'm not asking itagazelo zakokwenu. No. Who are you? The character that you are. The things you know, the things that you don't know. The things you're good at and the things that you aren't. And balancing the scale. Do you do a SWOT analysis on yourself? Like a personal meeting with you. And study self so that you know self. So after personal financial management, I talk about personal mastery. The things we need to know so that we can know self. What am I good at? Where do I need to improve? What is it that I actually need to walk away and make peace with it? And what is the world dishing out at me? What avenues can I take to grow? Number 3, there's this thing called stress. How many of us aren't stressed today? Or generally in life? Stress. So there's stress management, the tactics of managing stress. What are you goishing about? What is keeping you awake at night? Can you list those things? List them, I think we can, to some degree. I know I don't have money, I'm broke, yeah, I'm stressed. I know that my child is sick, yes, I'm stressed. I know that my dad is not well, I'm stressed about that. But you know how there are other underlying factors that stress you so that you can't sleep at night, but actually you haven't thought about them to give them a name and write them down. You need to know what's eating you up, girl. You need to know what's keeping you up at night so that we can address it and fix it. If it's fixable. If not, we'll learn how to cope with it, isn't it? So stress management we talk about. Stress is a feeling, is like you feel stressed. And a feeling is an emotion. So we talk about emotional management that leads to emotional intelligence. Quick question. How did you feel when you woke up this morning? Any volunteer? Great. I like that. How did you feel? Successful. When you opened your eyes this morning, you felt successful. I love that. How did you feel when you woke up this morning? Mama? Optimistic. Nice. We all felt stretched. About stretched, about stretched. Life is pulling you left, right, and center and up and down. And here we are. Stretched as you are. You manage the stretch. If we had time, we will list the items that are stretching her. And she's mastering them. But she is aware that she's stretched. Therefore, there are mechanisms that needs to come in play, Akire, for you to manage the stretching successfully. So we talk about emotional intelligence. We have leaders in the house. We are leaders as women. You lead your home, you lead children at home, you lead at work, you lead everywhere. Or are you a leader or are you a boss? Are you a manager? These things are different. You lead, you boss around, you manage. Completely different. Isn't it? Which one are you? Interesting. So there we talk about emotional intelligence. How do you manage your emotions? And you cannot manage an emotion that you don't understand, that you cannot name. You have to know how you feel. Why do you feel that way? Define the feeling. What is the root cause of the feeling? Then we find a solution. So you manage your emotions. We have youngsters that study very hard, spend a lot of their prime years studying, 12 years, if not more, until you matriculate. Then you extend to tertiary, however many years it's going to take you. Once they are done, they are qualified. What is the next step? To find employment or to become entrepreneurs. It's a world they know nothing about. It's a jungle. Yet they are aspiring to enter into it. When we sit with youngsters at universities and colleges, and one of the questions, I do a pre and post questionnaire, same questions. The pre, I ask them, one of the questions is, how much do you anticipate to be paid? Goodness, they will tell you many zeros. Like 45,000 rand, 38,000 rand. Like you are yet to have a certificate in your hand. You're already dreaming 38,000 rand. How? What quantifies that figure? No, they don't know. They don't care. They want 45,000 rand. They think they are worth 45,000 rand. So we talk about that. We talk about the world of work itself. So that training is called employability skills and work readiness. I train on that as well. And lastly, I know my time is almost up. There's this thing called love. And us as ladies, as we are nurturers, we ooze of love, isn't it? We go about giving love. We bleed love. We give love and we get hurt and we give more. How do you manage that? That we give enough where it's deserved? And you also get love and loved. So I do relationship or couples coaching. We talk about Mojolo and what Mojolo does to you. So that's me. Those are my services. The one thing that we struggle about to the leadership in the house, as my partner and I train on soft skills or personal development skills, we struggle to get jobs because people want them to be registered with a particular SETA. Are they accredited? There's no accreditation for soft skills, but we need them to support the academic achievements we have. It's a yin and a yang. You can have degrees, you can be a doctor. If you do not understand who you are personally, you're not gonna get far, isn't it? So please, let's work on that. We need work because we know the content we're carrying is much needed, isn't it? That's me. I hand over to the diva that's gonna diva-rize you with some liquids.
Bendite, 5 to 3 words. 5 to 3 words, and they gave. Ow, ow. She's here trying to steal my spotlight, but I mean, hey, honey, you did the most. Um, Back on the stage, I'd like to at least thank AB4R for this platform to establish and to let people in my space and my story. Als Eunice said a very important statement there, that you need to be aware as a person, and she did state that, do you know who you are? Because I always believe that what you are when people can't see you is truly who you are. She did go on and say SWOT analysis, is it? SWOT. You must have a meeting with yourself and you should know what are you good at and what are your weaknesses. Me standing before you is actually a witness to me. I always believe that I should be in spaces where I just sit pretty and my presence is gonna speak for me. Speaking is not really my thing. Please bear with me if I stutter. What I have before me are Bow exclusive wines. Before I even go into the bottles that are in front of me, I did mention earlier that I'm a powerhouse. Me being a powerhouse involves me being a woman, being a mom, and being a provider, sole provider for my household. As difficult as it is, I embrace it. I always find solutions to every problem. I don't dwell on the matter, but I go into finding a solution for that problem. How I went into supplying wine. Because of my social presence, it's always easier to take pictures. It's always easier to sing. It's always easier to dance. But whenever you have to now incorporate that into words, some of us, we do find it difficult, unfortunately. I think I have 5 minutes left. So I'm gonna just jump into demonstrating the wines in front of me. Do we have any wine fans in the house? Wine fans. Our wines are supplied from Cape Town. Various wine farms from Cape Town. We are a bottling company. We are online based, and how we sustain the business is what I've realized. What I've realized is that we do like things that are trending. We do like things that are known, but sometimes when you don't know and there's someone that you know is doing something, you'd rather support them than to support someone that you know nothing about. So what I've capitalized on is creating custom-made wines. You can brand, you can, for events, we target events mainly. So for this main event, as you can see what I have in front of me, it is a branded AB4RI wine, written Women Sipping Success. So this will be the success that you'll be sipping now, and for the guests that will be staying for the gala dinner. I would like someone to help me actually open, and just to have a volunteer that would like to taste and just notify and let the audience know how our wines taste. Anyone that would like to volunteer to taste and review? Okay, can I please have you on stage? Oh, yes, yes. This is our coffee pinotage. It has a wax foiling. So when you are custom making your wine, you need to custom make even the foiling. And for you, in order for you to know that it's actually good wine, you see the bottling. The corkscrew. Okay, let's maybe start with the screw cap. We have screw caps that are easier to open. So this is gonna be the first one that we are gonna start with. The proper way to pour. The proper way to hold and you pour your wine. You put your thumb underneath. Or you hold your glass. We are tasting again. Okay. Just checking. Should I still go?
No.
Okay. The best part of our wines as well, behind each bottle, we do have pairing and we do have food pairings behind so that you know what to pair your wines with. So I'm gonna give you okay. Do you want to taste the same one? Okay. This is a sweet rosé. Yes. Oopsie. Carbon vulele, a coffee peanut touch.
Okay, we're sipping to success. Sipping to success.
Are you ready to give us a review? Okay.
No. This wine is amazing. It just gives like, you know, when you by the ocean and then umamete fella like the waves and then like your toes are just in the sand and then like you're sun kissed and the sun is setting. Woo, I love
To also, this is sweet rosé, yes,
Sweet
it's sweet
rosé.
rosé.
Love
And
it.
in order for you to tell good quality wine, it's when it slightly sticks on the glass. So I'm not sure if you're gonna see when you. Yeah, bonani.
Sticks.
Just yes.
Oh.
It must just stick. Yeah, Ibon. Yeah, Ibon.
Oh.
Nje all hlobo.
Okay.
So speaking of trends, ongamaziyo umama kalo usentweni. Ongamaziyo umama kalo, uyayibona first grape yasemhlabeni. First grape. Ngiyakutshela. First wine ukukhandwa yenziwe ejardini lasekhaya.
Yes, when I
Ngiyakutshela.
We love it.
Lezi bhodlela lezi nizibona la sikhandwe ngumalume wami.
Yes, yeah. Yes.
Without wasting time, let us proceed to the next bottle, which, okay, so I did mention that I do custom made for also people that would like to resell. I'm your supplier. So this is one of the ladies, which is called Boyana Barrels. She's Ndinani Boyana from Eastern Cape. So today I will be also letting her brand to be tasted. It's the same wine, but different labels.
And what kind of wine is this one now?
Sauvignon Blanc.
All right. Okay. Screw cap. We've got our amazing gentleman here to assist us. So just to ask, right? The one we had the first time, the rosé, it must be served chilled. You said chilled.
Salads.
Oh, with the salads and
yes, with the cheese board and your cold meat.
Okay, love it. And then the Sauvignon Blanc. Okay, so yeah, I think in the interest of time, we'll just try out the Sauvignon Blanc for now. And then the AB4IR Women Sipping Success. We shall have it. Yeah, but okay, you were still explaining the Sauvignon Blanc.
The Sauvignon Blanc. So, like I said, I'm an ambassador and I'm the face. Everything that you need to know about the wine is right behind each bottle. And because of time's sake, I would like to take you through, but it's quite a long
It's quite a long list, but also you can serve it with cheese salad and grilled prawns. And then we're moving on to coffee. Yes, coffee pinotage. There's food pairing, as you can see the tasting notes. You can pair and taste coffee pinotage with with red meat dishes such as oxtail and lamb.
All right. Thank you so much. I think, this is amazing. And yeah, for those who would absolutely love to try out all the other wines that we have, I think the exhibition is still on. So you're more than welcome to head over to the exhibition, taste some of the wines, scan the QR code, follow them on socials, reviews, like, share, and subscribe, they say. Yeah. So how did you find the tasting?
Well, I'm more of a rosé. I like rosé more. The red one for me is a bit heavy because I'm not much of a drinker, but for the rosé, it's definitely for me. Yeah.
So apparently the rosé is definitely giving. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you, my lady. We absolutely loved, the wine tasting. We have to move on to our final panel discussion for today. And yeah, let's leave it here for now. No? Yeah, I think we can leave them. I don't know. We can leave them, hey? Yes. For display. Absolutely. So, ladies, I know it's been a long morning, and we are finally now in the final segment of our afternoon, where we now speak about the work life harmony. Others call it work life balance. Does it exist? Are we still in the room? Does work life balance exist? Who's saying yes? Who's saying no? Show of hands, yes. So I've got 3 people in the room who are saying yes. And the rest of the people in the room are saying no. It doesn't exist. I want to hear from the naysayers who are saying it doesn't exist. And why are you saying that? Who can I pick on? We've heard from you. I want to hear from someone we haven't heard from, right? To make sure that we are here, we are alive. Who said no? I only saw 3 hands this side. Can I come that side? Oh, 3 people said yes. Let me hear from my lady here. Why do you think work-life balance does not exist?
Because it's very difficult when you own your own company to switch off and know when to sort of say the day ends and when the day starts. So that's why I think no.
And that perspective also makes sense, right? I mean, you're a powerhouse, you're running the show, this is your company, and Mama, Eunice, I think something you missed out on was time management. Time management. You gave us the list. You gave us stress management, emotional intelligence. You gave us to do the SWOT analysis. Or maybe the SWOT analysis is what will help with the time management. Maybe, ne? But you see, we're here, we're listening. So I'm going to keep it very brief, right? I know that we want to take some more selfies. And by the way, I still haven't seen anybody posting. Did anybody post? Who? I've got a book for you. Your hand went up first. So we've got a book for her, Haley. Yes. And please, you have to take a picture with our beautiful author. She's still here. Take a picture with her. Get her to even sign the book for you and then post it on your socials and then give her the review afterwards, right? Absolutely. All right. So as we go into our third and final panel for today, we look at what it really means to have this work-life harmony. Many of us struggle with it. I think the question in the room the answer in the room was quite clear that 90% of us think it really doesn't exist. But to help us really unpack this conversation, please help me welcome the most incredible woman to join us. I know we've got some online. John, do we still have people online? All right. So we've got Miss Mahlohonolo, a social entrepreneur and an award winner for the 2024 CSI Legacy Awards, a founder of Social Skill Up, and a leading voice in disability inclusion and a champion of digital accessibility. I mean, hey! John, we need to invest in the horn. Po, 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 po. We're still here, guys. We're still here. It's still our month. We still have the energy. We said we are powerhouses. We wear all these hats, right? Even the energy one also, right? Yeah. Great. And then joining us online is Miss Faith. And Miss Faith is an e-learning developer creating digital learning solutions for over 100 TVET centers across 34 African countries. She's a tech pioneer and integrating immersive learning, gamification, and virtual reality into her work. Miss Faith, are you with us online? Yes, we see you. Please unmute your mic. Are you well? Yes, we can hear you. How are you doing? Oh, greetings, greetings. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have Miss, and pardon me if I butcher your surname, right? Oh, your name. Miss Sunaina. Are you there with us online? There you are. Yes, welcome. Hello, how are you? We're great. So wonderful to have you joining us. So Ms. Sunaina is actually a brand strategist and the founder of Design Your Next. With over 20 years of experience leading global brands like your Nike, HP, Sunaina is dedicated to empowering women to define their own success. And I mean, she's here to help us. There was a lady who said she's building, I don't know, her prototype is a dispenser. She needs marketing. You see, we've got all the people here. And of course, lastly but not least, two amazing women who are with us in the room and will be joining us on stage. We have a transformational leader in technology and consulting. Amanda is an associate director at Deloitte Africa, specializing in digital transformation and advising C-suite executive. Please help me welcome Amanda. Thank you, thank you. And then Miss Noctula Mtombeni, pardon me. Yo, yeah, no, I don't know what's going on now. Okay, Miss Noctula Mtombeni, a leader in corporate services, an executive, is here to share some expert skills around skills development, transformation, and really aiding us to shape the future of finance and accounting. So, if you are here, Ms. Noctula, please, guys, make some noise for her. Noklunga. Oh, there you are. Wow. Okay, so we're going to go straight into it, right? There's quite a lot of questions that we need to still get through. Thank you for joining me. A lot of questions that we still need to get through. So, without wasting any time, right? We have said that today is all about sipping success, women being successful. One experience, and I think I'm going to ask all of you ladies to kind of cover this question for me. Who has been that one person who has advocated your career as a woman and how? We don't have to go into the full story, but just to get a gist, because we heard earlier on, like, I mean, Ketue's book speaks about tearing down the sisterhood in corporate and how we need to start sending down that lift so that, we lift as we rise. Who has been that one woman that you'd like to give a shout out to today and how they actually transformed your career?
Hello, ladies. So I have a very unconventional answer to that question. You know, as much as we're in the spirit of celebrating Women's Month and celebrating ourselves as women and just coming together to network as women, my biggest advocates have been men in my career. And I'm probably one of those few that has been sort of backed by men. I've been in the advisory management consulting space for over 15 years now. And it's where I started my career. And I climbed quite quickly and became quite senior as an executive at quite a young age. But behind the doors, I had quite a number of male leaders that advocated for me, not just the male leaders that I worked with in my organizations, but more the clients that I served, right? They started to advocate for me. So, you know, when I think about my journey and my career, the last time I applied for a job was the very first job I applied for, which was donkey years ago, right? So over those 15 odd years, you know, 18 years of working, that was the last time I applied for a job. But I've changed roles a couple of times, right? And I've climbed and moved from becoming a junior consultant to becoming a managing executive. So in that journey, you know, I've had so many people advocating for me, not because of a sense of, you know, sort of, I'm bound, or we want to make sure that you are the quota, or we want to make sure that, you know, I feel better as a leader for advocating for someone of color, female of color. It was more that there were those individual leaders that saw something in me. But in seeing something in me, it also meant I had to rise to the occasion. So I had to be ready to meet those opportunities as they came. So, and I always say, you know, gone are the days where you have to apply for jobs or, you know, canvas for opportunities. You need to be able to network for those opportunities and also make sure that you're meeting the right people who you resonate with and they resonate with you. And it's through those connections that opportunities are unlocked. So for me, it's been sort of the story of my journey and my career, to move from one place to another and go through transitions through the advocacy of others, but particularly, ironically, the men, right? And I think for me, it's not to be closed off to the idea that you can have many different people advocate for you. Some of them will be women, yes, which we go give a thumbs up to and we give a kudos to if you have women in your life that can advocate for you. But I think for me, it's not to only look for advocacy from women or people that look like you, it's to seek advocacy from people who resonate with you, where when opportunity presents itself, you can rise to the occasion. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think I resonated with what you said. I think with me being in the disability space, it's very difficult. And you know, I think a lot of speakers spoke about, you know, we don't lift each other up as especially as Black women. You know, we have a tendency of, I want to be the first of this, and then you close the door. And I think in my space, like, it's males. And that's it. That we as women don't actually, I think maybe, I don't know, we're in competition, silent competition we're not aware of. I don't know what it is with us as, especially Black women. And I'm intentional about the Black women part, where we were all here and we all spoke about collaboration, networking, all these fancy words we used in this room. We exchanged numbers, but I can guarantee you, only 1% of the people, the women that are in here, will either reach out to each other, will collaborate. So we don't advocate for each other. We don't support each other. And it's said that the very same males that support us are the very same males that will sabotage us in the long run. You know, it starts nicely, they're advocating, they've got other agendas, they've got other agendas, they're advocating, and as you go, drop location. I'm here, I'm checking out a 10. But if and we're helping each other, I wouldn't have to be in that position. Because all of us here are connected. We all have doors that we can open for each other. But we want to keep those doors closed. And then I find myself in a position where I need to get a contact, go basic education. And eventually I get the person that can open the door for me, but he's male. And yena ha bona matlhogonolo, ha bone a businesswoman. O bona skete. That's all he sees. O bona skete, he doesn't care, regardless you're smart, you're educated. Men don't care about that. Men only see us as dikete. You know, how can I get inside skete sa gagwe? So I think for me, it's always been men, but at the same time, it's a disadvantage for me. Because I find myself in positions where now you do compromise yourself. You know, or is it okay? Do you compromise yourself? Do you do it? Because now basadi bana little connection that we should be saying, listen, let me call them up because it's safer when it comes from you. It's your contact, meaning you trust them. But because you've got those people, but because we've got this thing, man, now I'm going to find myself in this position where, brother, no, listen, come to my office, let's talk, let's discuss. I will connect you with Director DG Mamang. And it's happened to me so many times, you'll be shocked. So many times where, you know, they connect you, but after connection, they support you, but they also want something.
There must be, okay, we need to work on these marks. So thank you, ladies. I think it's quite evident that, you know, it's rare to find women who are, you know, developing other women. For you, has it been the same experience, Nokulunga, where you also have not really had a woman who was really advocating for you?
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I respond to your questions, let me say, Nimbahle ladies, Nimbahle kakhulu. Yeah, thank you so much. For me, I think, yes, I can say both females and males assisted me, advocated for me a lot. However, I think most of the support that I got was from female. And I think it will be unjust for me not to mention that even my current leader really does. She does, because she's very passionate when it comes to women empowerment. Wherever she goes, that is what she talks, that is what she preaches. And as a result, hence, as you said, that I'm coming from Facet, we are trailblazers when it comes to the programs that are addressing the challenges when it comes to women. So for me, really, I can say that women has played a very crucial role in my career. Thank you.
I love that. I love that. I'll share my story one day, but I've had my fair share, but one woman in particular, and I think it's also just being intentional about it and really just making the time, you know. And she was an executive, where I'm currently, like, you know, trading off my expertise. And once a month we met for 6 months. And on days where she couldn't, her PA would be like, oh, she's stuck in another meeting. She can't make it. When are you available? And I'd say, whenever she's next available, I'm available. I'll cancel whatever other meeting that I'm supposed to go into and make an excuse just so that I could literally just hone in, you know. And I think I was really, you know, privileged in a sense, because now it's difficult. Like, you know, diaries are always full, people are always busy, but it really means just, you know, us being intentional. And talking about like being intentional and balancing life, to my ladies online, you're still with us, right? You're still with us. All right, love it. So I want you guys to give us an example of a time where you had to say no, right? And you had to push back because you needed to make sure that you are actually balancing work and life and creating this thing called harmony, this work life harmony. Does it exist? Yes or no? And when did you ever have to say, you know, actually, this thing is not working for me, so no, I'm not going to do it. So we'll kick off with whoever's willing to go. I can't see them. John, I'm seeing us on stage. Yes. Yes. Please go ahead.
Kenya, Nairobi. I've had to say no several times because if you do not learn how to say no, you will find out that you get a burnout, especially if you're in a leadership role. So several times I've had to say no, especially if I'm being given a task that is not part of my work outside my schedule to make sure that I do not get the burnout. And another time that I usually say no is work that is past my work time and without compensation, basically. So that is an automatic no from my side because it's an overtime without pay. It's an automatic no because as a mom, that is the time that I'm supposed to spend with my daughter. So basically, there's no usually. So I've said several no's, basically based on the time, especially time without compensation.
So, Faith, thanks for that, because I think with us, sometimes you're like, let me just put in that extra hour. Then it's 7 o'clock. Then it's 8 o'clock. Then it's like it's 11. And you're like, oh my gosh, I've not had my supper. Please just give us a tip. Maybe going forward, we can use it. Do you just boldly say no? Or is there a specific phrase that you use? Unfortunately, at the moment, I've got to do my daughter's homework and I don't know how do you say it, because I think saying no sometimes can come across as being harsh, right? And it can also come across as if you're not being a team player. And depending on the timelines, and we know like there's some industries where everything is like at the 11th hour deadline and must be done by tomorrow, but they're only sending it at 7 o'clock in the evening.
Absolutely. Okay. In the corporate space, basically you have to be very wise because saying no can come out absolutely to be like rude. But if it's a coworker, if it's your manager, you could propose another time that you could do the job. Offer, can we do this task tomorrow morning at this time? Unless he refuses, that's when now you have to extend to tell him this time usually I take it for home or to my daughters and all that. So basically use the correct phrases when you're saying no. Because saying no directly, especially to the older generation, it can come out like being rude to them. But just saying, I propose that this meeting handle it some other time. Yeah, and also saying no actually to events, actually now outside the corporate world, in the family sector, you find that most of the public holidays, most of the Saturdays, we have family events. So this is also another opportunity to say no and propose some other time where you can have basically time to do this kind of thing. It's also a matter of saying that I'm also important enough to choose what to do with my time.
Absolutely. Having a priority list is important. Suni, I'm coming over to you. At what given point in your career did you have to kind of explore how to manage your priorities? And I say this because, quite often it happens that, for example, you're running your own marketing and communications company, and, here's a corporate organization that comes through to say, oh my gosh, we've got this event and we need these things in the next 3 days. You've got a whole order that you've been working on over the past couple of weeks. Nike is launching its new campaign, and now here's HP, and they're responding to their competitor, and they want you now to put together this collateral. And how have you found a catalyst for change in your career and in managing the curveballs that come with this work life that we love, and yet it comes with so much demand and pressure?
I would say, first of all, I would take a step back. One of the most important things that worked for me in my career is being able to walk away for a little while to let and I say that because we can find the time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just half an hour, to walk away to see what comes. I've always found that the best way to find a solution is to walk away and give your brain some space to breathe. Because when you do that, I always ended up with a creative way or solution that will work for either the answer to how do we solve this particular challenge, how do we use it capacity in a certain way, and where can I negotiate where there is space to create more. Because the reality is that time is finite and there's only so much we can do. And what I found is people are although they are very demanding, when you go from a rationalized point of view, here is how we will be able to prioritize. They listen. But it is almost like I need the space to do that. Because oftentimes we just jump in and try to come up with an answer right away. Because our people-pleasing part of us wants to go right at it and say, well, I have this, I know how to do this, we're going to manage it this way. Or our emotional side says, what am I going to do? How am I going to handle this? What are you asking me? I have 500 other things to do. This is not going to work. So I breathe first. I take the 2 minutes, the 5 minutes to do that. And it really releases the brain and it de-stresses it and makes it a lot easier to rationalize and to put things into perspective for yourself, for your superiors, for your clients. So that's what's worked for me always.
Love it. I absolutely love it. Sometimes just take a moment. Yeah, I know now it sounds like we're advertising chocolate, but have a break. Have a Kit Kat, go release those happy emotions a little bit because it can be quite stressful. I mean, your to-do list is so long and then something is adding on to it and it's not reducing. So sometimes have a break, go for that walk, listen to your favorite music. But yeah, back into the room. I want to know, and I'll start with you, Mahlahonolo, right? How has embracing the concept of, work-life balance worked for you, like to be more successful in your career and to also feel fulfilled in what you're doing?
I think for me, when I started in what I do in the disability space, there was never a no. There was never an office hour. 5 a.m., they're already calling you. Do you have opportunities? Midnight, do you have an opportunity? So for me, I think for the longest time, I was always burned out. Always, now I would tell my colleagues and they'll be like, you're allowed to just take time out, but not. Days I'm like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm tired. But no, you're not allowed. You can have time out, but you still need to get back into it. And I think then over the years, I learned that there has to be harmony in what I do. Whether it's me being a mom, whether it's my personal life, my personal relationships, or me being a CEO. Everything that I do now is aligned. I could be on holiday, for example. If I'm going to Durban for holiday, I never go to any province without working. So I've aligned my life, even if I go to KZN, there's work for me. And I think that's where I found the harmony, because when you try to balance, sometimes the work will balance, but the daughter will always cry and say, but you're always away, you don't have time for me. So my harmony is wherever I go, I create opportunities for myself. That's why I've got a national footprint. Work for me is anywhere, everywhere. I could pack my bags and go to Durban for a month and I'll still be working because disability is everywhere. So that is how I find the harmony in my life, where it's no longer about balance my work, because that sector is very demanding. If you've ever worked with disability, you would know it's very demanding. And I think advocating for it and really, I like what you guys said, advocacy, diversity, and inclusion. And that's another topic for another day we're going to discuss when we come to that. But yeah, I think trying to find opportunities wherever you go, and not feeling bad sometimes when you come to fulfill certain obligations. It's fine. It's fine.
A good friend of mine, when I'm going through the most, and I call him up and I'm like, Luke, I am seeing flames. I don't know. No, 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 no. Relax, Mchana. Take it easy. Have grace on you. I think that's what you're saying, right? Sometimes you can't fulfill all the things that you need to do, but to have grace. There's one thing that I'd like to ask all the ladies as we prepare to wrap up. And I think, in I've covered it briefly, and it's the balance of also, having this work-life balance, us juggling all these amazing roles that we have. And then there's that one that we talk about, that is self-care. Amanda, I want to hear from you. I mean, I think just a couple of weeks ago, I was feeling so overwhelmed, and I had a chat with another friend. So if I'm going through it, I want to talk it out so I can feel better. Because if I just like bottle it up, then I'm not okay, and then it impacts how I become a parent to my daughter, and I don't want to lash out on her or anything. And this friend of mine said, "Oh, Karabo, you don't have an outlet." And I was like, "An outlet? Eh? Like, what are you talking about?"
Busy chuckling here because I'm like, I don't think there's anybody who's solved it just yet. And if you have, please, we need some notes. I think for me personally, it's just embracing the chaos. I've embraced the chaos of my life. And I've kind of also internalized the logic that, if it's something I don't have energy for, outsource it. Okay, so we had a situation at home where my husband walks in and he says, so I've got two kids. I've got a 9-year-old and a 2-year-old. So he walks in and he says, what's for dinner? I was like, ask Uber Eats. And I think for me, it's I think when you ask the question around, self-care and what do you do to find an outlet, I found an outlet. I've been quite intentional the last couple of months to try and find an outlet and a creative space that I can find my voice and find myself. So I was off LinkedIn for a long, long time, right? I was non-existent on LinkedIn until recently, where I thought, I need to process a lot of things. And I've since started writing quite a bit on LinkedIn. So one of my first posts was about, it's called I'm a Woo Mommy, a working mommy, a warrior mommy. And the story I tell is about a time about 2 years ago when I was trying to come back into the workplace after maternity leave, and a nanny didn't show up, right? A standing nanny didn't show up. And I was really gung-ho on going into the office because I was meant to be on stage to present. And I was also relatively new to the organization. So I always joked, with everybody in the organization. I said, about 8 months after joining the organization, the baby just fell out of the sky. So I had to catch the baby. And then at the same time, balance the logic of saying, ooh, I hope everybody doesn't feel like, I joined just to have a baby, or I'm not going to be able to do what I need to do because I had a baby. And I think the story I tell is how on that particular day, I decided I'm not going to choose to be a mom or to be a working mom. I'm going to do both, right? It's something to be a career woman is something that I value so much. It's my creative outlet. So I need to work to feel like myself. So I chose to go do both. And that entire story is about how I navigated the day, right? And I was fortunate enough to be in an environment where maybe let me not say fortunate enough. I just didn't give my colleagues an option. I picked up the phone. I called the CHRO of the organization at the time, and I said to her, "Wow, ma'am, the nanny didn't come, and I'm coming with the baby." And she said, "Okay." And I was like, "Okay, I'm coming with the baby." So I went in with the baby. And I remember at the time I had to brief the executive team around the table, brief them about the session to say, "Oh, this is what's going to be happening," because I was the head of strategy at the time. And I needed to brief them because we were launching the new strategy of the business. So I was the host for the day. So I had to brief them to say, this is what's going to happen for the day. And I remember around the boardrooms, there's a CEO on the other side of the table and the entire C-suite around the table. And here's my daughter in a stroller, legs, crossed. And she was just like these big wide eyes, just looking at everybody until, there was an outburst. Then she only reacted and started to fret a little bit. And I remember the words from the CEO. He said, "Ma'am, is there someone here to help you?" And I looked at him and I said, "Well, there's a whole nation of moms and dads who will be able to help." So, and I think I relished, and I was fortunate enough to be in a position where my colleagues really stepped in to help me carry the day. So I think for me, a lot of them recognized the fact that working is my creative outlet. And so they came and they showed up for me in the moments that counted. Yeah.
So what a beautiful moment there. Like I literally at some point felt like, I was in the room, and kudos to your baby. I mean, she made it into the boardrooms before walking. I mean, mama, yeah, talk about being a strategist. And for you, mommy, what has been, the one thing that you do? I know that our outlets can be different, but why is self-care important? It could be just a day out with the girls, going to a concert, but what is it that you find that is so fulfilling with just ticking off that box? Sometimes we have this long list, to-do list, Monday, Tuesday to Sunday. This is what you're doing, and you get to Sunday and you're like, I did everything for everybody except myself. But what is it that one thing that you do for yourself that when you tick off the box, you're like, yeah, now I'm ready to take on the world?
No, thank you so much. I think to start with, I think we put too much pressures on ourselves as women because we think that we are so super, of which is really not true for me, because we are human beings at the end of the day. And for us, maybe to get to the stage to say, what is it that you do? I think for one, you have to define in your own terms what the success is. And having said that, you also have to be a person who is emotionally intelligent, where you have to know yourself and understand yourself, what makes you happy, what satisfies you as a human being. So that will allow you as well to be able to interact with other human beings. For me, in a nutshell, I would say that at least if I know that I've done all what I have to do, and then I have enough time to spend with my family. Yeah, that's the key to me. Hence, we say we are talking about a shift from work-life balance to work-life harmony, where we integrate, where we align our personal responsibilities with our professional responsibilities. We want to be a smooth transition between the two. We don't want to strike a balance to be like in a tug of war, as if these two domains are competing, but we want them to work in harmony, in transition, with no hiccups at all. And that's what, and flexibility is very important. And if you know yourself, you understand yourself enough, and you understand as well the limits, the boundaries as to where you put a stop and how you do it. And we need to be authentic enough, because I think one of our challenges, we somehow want to imitate men. We cannot be men. We are who we are. We just have to accept ourselves and strive as women, not in competition, but let's complement each other. Thank you.
Mama. Okay, church is over, ladies. I love that. I absolutely love that. Thanks, Ms. Noktula. You really yeah, hit it on the nail. Like, less pressure. Like we work in high pressure environments to a point where we also put the pressure on ourselves, which is not needed, right? There's a gentleman that I actually used to work with. Um, u- Ubaba Mchunu. And Ubaba Mchunu would always say, "Ndodakazi, my girl, when you leave this office, you leave all the challenges and the worries at the door. In the morning when you walk in, you pick them up again and you don't carry them with you back home." And I think that's something that we always just need to keep top of mind. I'm going to open the floor for one or two questions before we close. Any comments, any questions? No questions. All right, over to you, Mom.
Yes, and then the issue is that we've got a lot to do. I always believe that we do have time. It's a matter of prioritizing it and how we utilize time. Because even in the workplace, you can have such a high demand, but whatever is there on your desk doesn't mean that everything is urgent and is important. So therefore, I think the skill that we need to employ is to prioritize our tasks. What comes first? What is it that I can do now? What I cannot do later? And also ensure that we delegate in the workplace. We also ask for support at homes with our families. We cannot be superwomen. We cannot be everywhere. We cannot do any other thing, guys. Otherwise we are really leading for disaster, for burnout. Hence the shift, I repeat, from work-life balance to work-life harmony.
Yes, 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 yes. John, you still haven't found the po. Yo. All right. So I've got amazing news. But before I give you the amazing news, we still have Faith and Suni online. I just want to get some parting words from you two ladies. Just words of encouragement. How many more days left until we get to December? Anybody knows? Too many days. We're still in like 150s. Can somebody check for me quick? Chat GPT, help. Is Faith and Suni still online? John, they're online? All right. So, ladies, just words of encouragement as we close off our panel discussion. We're starting off with you, Faith.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting us to contribute to this meaningful discussion. And my parting shot to the amazing ladies out there is believe in yourself, and you can do anything that you put in your mind to do. And I have seen the power of just deciding to be successful, and you succeed. It doesn't matter whether you're a woman or a man. If you decide to be successful, you will be successful. May I also pass on warm greetings from Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you very much. Looking forward to physical appearance in the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Suni.
So I should tell you how to say my name. It's Sunana.
Sunana.
Like banana.
Oh, banana.
It's easier. And also, I am in Los Angeles, so the sun is just rising at the moment. And I think it resonates so much and so many memories will come back listening to everybody here, and there's so much to share. I think the one thing that struck me just recently, maybe a year and a half ago, was that work-life balance, and understanding and centering within yourself to truly be authentic, and then it becomes a very clear alignment of what is not my work-life balance, but my life's work. What is that? What is my life's work? I zoom out so to see what really matters to me. What is the real scheme of what matters to me, my purpose, what I want to develop in myself? Because with that, a lot of the nonsense that happens and the churn that happens in the workplace starts to matter less. And you know how to invest your energy and where. And oftentimes we want to do more because we want to overachieve and over demonstrate our value, whereas sometimes good enough is enough. Trust me, I'm a perfectionist. I have been a perfectionist most of my career. And you find out that the men aren't. And it's not necessarily how the game is played. The game is relationships, right? So think about your life's work and put that into perspective. And also to be gentle with yourself, think sometimes that you are a nurturer and you must mother your inner child as well. Make sure it's fed, make sure it gets rest. See your inner child as your own child. And then decide whether the things you decide to do are right for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Faith, and thank you, Sunana. I hope I said that correctly. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the afternoon to you, Faith, and then to you, Sunana. Enjoy the rest of the day because your day is only starting. But yeah, to my ladies, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. To everybody in the room with us this afternoon, thank you for staying. Thank you for showing up looking so beautiful. And I hope that this year's width, as you can see, I mean, the venue changes all the time. And I hope you were left inspired. And most importantly, I think there's something that stood out for me earlier. And I think it was in the second panel discussion where they were talking about changing the corporate culture, looking at leadership, and being a really transformative leader starts with you. And it really is also about being vulnerable with yourself and knowing that I've been through this journey and I don't want to see somebody else go through it from a leadership point of view. And I mean, for me, it's also remembering that your pain is your power. One day I will share my experience because we can never have enough time. And maybe, Madam CEO, I need to have a meeting with you. We need to have another one. Or maybe like we have it over 2 days. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Yes. It's okay. Now share a video. We'll do a video. All right. But yeah, so this said, I really just want to say thank you to everybody who's been with us. And Haley, my girl, come hither, come closer. So as Haley makes her way, I just wanted to share these exciting news. We've received a sponsorship, and this comes from Coach Lindiwe Msiza. She is putting it out there. She's prepared to help all the young people who need assistance with work readiness. And if you have young people who are back home and they have access to Wi-Fi and they are work hungry, Coach Lindiwe Msiza is here to Caesar us, like her name is saying. She's going to Caesar us. She'll be helping us get ready for those jobs. And yes, with that said, I want to say thank you to my gorgeous co-host. Please give her a round of applause. And we want to hear that amazing accent of yours before we leave, girl. What's happening next?
What's happening next? Now, you guys already look stunning in your high tea outfits, but tonight we have a fabulous gala. So you've got a bit of time to freshen up and come back and join us and have real meaningful connections, conversations of each other, of course, right? That's one of the things that's definitely happening next. And I think I see some desserts in the back.
Oh, yeah. So we still have a lot of yummy things coming up for us. So, yeah, we're definitely going to be connecting more. And of course, I'm not doing the final closing remarks. Ms. Kensani Nkuna will be joining us on stage. Well, we'll go off stage. She'll come on stage. And as she makes her way, I want to say a big thank you to everybody as well who's joined us online. We really, really appreciate you. We do it again next year around the same time. So wherever you'll be, just make sure that you are with us physically present here so that you're looking beautiful. You can take pictures with us and be part of these amazing connections. With that said, give yourselves a round of applause as we welcome Ms. Nkuna.
Thank you. I still need to know there's two for you guys, but I still but I'll do it after the closing. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Afternoon, divas. How is everyone doing after this insightful event that we've just had? Great stuff. Thank you. My name is Kensani Nshalati Mkuna. I'm the Business Development Manager at AB4R. So I'll just close the event, but also to share what has transpired during the day. Today, we just look back in terms of the event that took place today, just to close up and to pause and appreciate all the discussions that have taken place and the ideas that have been shared today, the connections, and I hope the ladies were able to connect. That has been, the aim of this event, and also to create spaces where women can lead, innovate, and drive this industry that we're in. A sincere thank you to our partners, to our speakers, and to our panelists. The gorgeous ladies have done a brilliant job. And to each and every one of you that came through the, your busy lives, but you were able to come through and spend the day with us and be able to get through the day. We thank you very much for that. And also to making today a success. Your presence, your voices, your discussions, and insightful opinions will be gladly be available, and then we greatly appreciate it. But our journey does not end here this evening. We also invite you to also join us for our gala dinner, where we'll continue in terms of having, discussions, in terms of networking further. So we would appreciate the ladies to join us later on. And as indicated, to continue in terms of connection, we look forward to seeing you ladies. And then let's carry forward, the spirit of support, the spirit of lifting each other, as women, as divas, as sisters, as mothers, so that we collaborate and empower each other. Let's define today, turning these conversations that we had today into actions into that would make an impact. On behalf of AB4R team, would like to thank you. May you do enjoy the rest of the day, and we look forward to hosting you once again at our gala dinner. Thank you very much. Yeah. Karabo? The lady. Yeah. Can we have a group of picture? Yeah, the last panel, and our divas, and a beautiful lady that did our masterclass. Can you please come through so that we can have a good picture? Thank you. Thank you, ladies.